Chapter 3036. After hearing Ning Chi's words, Mo Lung woke up from his half-unconscious state. The burning pain on his face made him realize what had happened to him. He had been slapped. What was more humiliating was that the other party had slapped his face in front of so many people. "I won't rest until you die." Mo Lung let out a furious roar from the depths of his throat. The Tao energy in his body swept towards Ning Chi. His Xian immortal, great perfection cultivation was on full display at this moment. The passers-by chose to step back again. Xian immortal great perfection was only half a step away from becoming a Tai, perfected immortal, an existence that was only half a step away from reaching the heavenly Dipper realm. When such an existence attacked with his full strength, the shock waves that spread out were hard to resist. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful. Smack! Just as Mo Lung was about to unleash some kind of powerful celestial art, another crisp sound was heard. Ning Chi had slapped Mo Lung's other cheek, which was still intact. Mo Lung stared at Ning Chi in utter shock, before his vision turned black and he fainted. Other than the fact that Ning Chi's palm strike was extremely powerful, the other reason he fainted was because of the humiliation he felt. As a dignified heavens chosen of the Mo clan, no matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. The slap had instantly destroyed his mentality. After Mo Lung fainted, his Tao energy swept back and the celestial art that he was about to unleash dissipated. "Big brother!" Only then did Mo Xiao react. Her face was a little pale as she looked at Ing Zizai and Ning Chi with an awkward expression. Her lips moved as if she was hesitating about something. "Xiao, don't worry. Bei Xian knows what he's doing." Ing Zizai smiled. When his gaze fell on Mo Lung, who was in Ning Chi's hand like a dead dog, he could not hide his joy. Even though Mo Lung was Ing Jinxuan's mother's brother, Ing Zizai had already treated him as an enemy after he revealed his intention to kill Ing Jinxuan. If not for Mo Xiao's presence, he would have asked Ning Chi to kill Mo Lung. "Wake up!" Mo Lung could only see darkness in front of him. From a faraway place, he seemed to hear a familiar voice calling out to him. Soon he found a ray of light. When he rushed in impatiently, he saw Ning Chi looking at him with a faint smile. At this moment, Mo Lung's memory was restored. "You!" Mo Lung was filled with grief and indignation. Just as he was about to speak, he thought of the consequences and immediately swallowed his words. "Who are you calling a bastard?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. "You heard wrong. I never said anyone was a bastard." Mo Lung turned his head to look in another direction and said in humiliation. However, he noticed that no matter where he turned his head, a group of passers-by was looking at him with complicated gazes. Mo Lung almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. He closed his eyes and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Ning Chi smiled. "Enough. I don't care who you are. This is White Emperor City. Your cultivation is indeed stronger than mine and brother Mo Lung's. However, since you dare to behave atrociously in White Emperor City, you should be prepared to have your spirit and soul destroyed. My master, Ancestor Tianluo, will soon arrive together with the ancestor of the Mo clan. A chance of survival." Nan Feng couldn't help but shout. He had already sent a message. He believed that his master would come to the rescue soon. What happened? A figure tore through the air and looked down with a frown. "It's Long Cheng, the leader of the 10 sons of White Emperor City, Long Cheng." Someone cried out in surprise. Lin Yaowei was pleasantly surprised. Mo Lung, who had closed his eyes, also opened them and looked at Dragon City hopefully. Senior brother Long, Nan Feng, didn't seem to have a good relationship with Long Cheng. When he saw Long Cheng and remembered his sorry state, his expression turned ugly. However, he still cupped his hands and bowed. After all, before the Tiandao clan appeared, Long Cheng had always occupied the first position on the mysterious immortal leaderboard. Unfortunately, he was pushed down by Ning Chi. Later on, When the Tiandao clan appeared, Long Chung was no longer on the leaderboard. However, everyone still regarded him as the most powerful, mysterious immortal in White Emperor City. There was no one else. This was because he was the direct disciple of the White Emperor Celestial Lord's eldest disciple, Xianyuan Zhongtian. Just this identity alone was enough to suppress the other 9 sons, including Nan Feng. Senior Brother Long, you've come at the right time. This kid, Nan Feng, immediately listed out Ning Qi's crimes. However, he didn't notice that Long Cheng's expression had changed several times when he saw Ning Qi. From bewilderment to disbelief and then to fear. It was extremely complicated. Nan Feng, don't say any more. Long Chung landed in front of Ning Qi and waved at Nan Feng. Then he cupped his hands and said to Ning Qi, Long Chung pays his respects to Senior. Ah! Everyone looked at Long Chung in astonishment. What was going on? Even Long Cheng had to address him as Senior. Could this person be a primordial immortal? Thinking of this, everyone gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Could this foster son of Ing Zizai, who came out of nowhere, really be a primordial immortal like the ancestors in White Emperor City? Mo Lung, who was in Ning Qi's hand, couldn't help but tremble. If Ning Qi was really a primordial immortal, it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Rise, Ning Qi said lightly. Only then did Long Cheng straighten up. Senior Brother Long, who is this senior? Even if he is a primordial immortal, he can't do whatever he wants in White Emperor City, can he? He even humiliated Brother Mo Lung. At this moment, Ancestor Mo Ning, one of the 3 ancestors of Mo family, is in White Emperor City chatting with my master. Nan Feng said as he looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Junior Brother Nan Feng, this matter. Long Chung looked at Ning Qi and then at Ing Zizai. Then he shook his head at Nan Feng and said, You don't have to say anything about how to deal with this matter. Even if Ancestor Mo Ning and Martial Uncle Tian Luo of the Mo family were here, they still have to listen to Senior. What a joke! Not only was Ning Qi ranked first on the Primordial Immortal list, but he was also White Emperor Immortal Lord, a friend of his Grandmaster. The 2 of them called each other brothers. No one in White Emperor City could compare with Ning Qi in terms of combat strength or status. Long Cheng secretly rejoiced that it was Nan Feng who had offended Ning Qi, not him. Everyone found it unbelievable when they heard Long Cheng's words. This was White Emperor City. Even if Ning Qi was a primordial immortal, there were dozens of primordial immortals on Nanxing Mountain. This was White Emperor Immortal Lord's cave residence. Long Cheng, is this how eldest senior brother taught you to side with an outsider? Since when did an outsider have the right to make decisions in White Emperor City? An old voice was heard. Chapter 3037. Mo Lung's shout caused Mo Ning's expression to change slightly. Her original appearance was that of a charming woman. Although she was very old, she looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than Mo Lung. She looked to be 35 or 36 years old. However, her expression was extremely cold. The other disciples of the Mo clan did not dare to make a sound at first. When they saw Mo Ning and ancestor Tian Luo arrive, they immediately recounted how Ning Qi had humiliated Mo Lung. They were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to personally beat Ning Qi up. Ancestor, this person does not respect our Mo clan at all. Even in White Sovereign City, he dared to injure Senior Nan Feng and slap Elder Mo Lung a few times. If Ancestor didn't arrive in time, Elder Mo Lung would have been beaten to death. Mo Ning's expression became even more livid as she listened to the disciples of the Mo clan. However, she did not speak. Instead, she looked at Tian Luo and said, Tian Luo, you must give me an explanation for this matter. I came here as a guest, not to allow someone to humiliate the disciples of the Mo clan. Ning, or don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. Tian Luo nodded solemnly. However, the crowd could sense something unusual from the way he addressed Mo Ning. Ninga? So the relationship between these two ancestors is actually this close, many people secretly exclaimed in their hearts. Long Ching, did you do this on your own, or was it eldest senior brother's idea? He allowed an outsider to come to White Sovereign City and humiliate our immortals and guests? Tian Luo coldly glanced at Ning Qi, then looked at Long Cheng and said coldly, Uncle Tian Luo, this matter was my idea, but it was also my master's idea. Even if my master came here personally, it would still be the same. Long Cheng clasped his hands together and said, Tian Luo's expression changed slightly. Mo Ning's eyes flickered slightly. Long Cheng was the direct disciple of Xianyuan Zhongtian and the leader of the 10 sons of White Sovereign City. However, he had said such words. This was enough to prove that the other party had a very powerful background. Langya, celestial domain. Thinking of this, Tian Luo suddenly waved his hand, and a flying sword flew through the air. He said indifferently to Long Cheng, I have already sent a message to your master. When he comes, I will personally ask him and see if my White Emperor City is a place where others can act as they please. Not only was Long Cheng not nervous, but he was also relieved. Once his master arrived, things would be much easier to handle. With that, Tian Luo looked at Ning Qi. Are you a fellow Taoist from which clan or sect in the Langya immortal domain? Pausing for a moment, he glanced at Ing Zizai, then at Ing Jinchuan and Mo Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, he had an idea of what had happened today. I didn't expect that the execution of a mere outer disciple would attract an expert like you. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. This woman is... Mo Ning subconsciously looked at Ing Jinchuan. Then, she saw a familiar expression on Ing Jinchuan's face, and her expression turned ugly. Great! This woman must be that bastard. She suddenly looked at Mo Xiao Xiao. It seems that the punishment I gave you was too light. That's right, you brought this bastard here and even called for reinforcements. Are you going to betray my Mo clan? Ancestor. A hint of fear flashed in Mo Xiao Xiao's eyes. She knew Mo Ning's temper and methods very well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ordered people to beat her to death just because she tried to persuade her. Even Mo Lung's pleas for her were useless. Moreover, Mo Ning was the only female among the 3 ancestors of the Mo clan. She valued the clan's traditions very much. Her 4th sister got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a daughter with Ing Zizai. Because of this, even her 4th sister had become a thorn in Mo Ning's side. If it wasn't for the fact that her father had a high status in the clan and was also the direct descendant of one of the ancestors, her 4th sister would have died in the hands of her own ancestor. You don't have to explain. It's good that you attracted this bastard here. After today's matter is settled, I will send you to the forbidden ground of the clan to reflect on your mistakes for 10,000 years. As for these 2 fellows, they will be executed immediately to end your 4th sister's hopes. After they are executed, I will personally inform your 4th sister. Mo Ning said coldly, Old witch. Ing Zizai couldn't help but shout, Are all the people in my mother's clan so despicable? Ing Jinchuan's face turned pale. Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Leng's expressions changed when they heard Mo Ning's words. The former's eyes were filled with worry, while the latter wasn't worried for Ing Zizai. He was worried that Mo Ning would personally inform his 4th sister, Mo Qian. He was afraid that Mo Qian would take things too hard. How dare you? How dare you insult the ancestor? You're courting death. The people of the Mo clan were instantly enraged. A murderous intent flashed across Mo Ning's eyes. He no longer cared about Ning Qi's methods and directly reached out to grab Ing Zizai. The majestic power of the great Tao was like a sharp blade that wanted to cut Ing Zizai into minced meat on the spot. Ing Zizai's hair stood on end. This move of Mo Ning's was not something he could block with his cultivation. He didn't even have the time to dodge. At this moment, Ning Qi made his move. However, Tian Luo also made his move. At the same time, he shouted at Ning Qi, "Your opponent is me." He had long been on guard against Ning Qi. After Mo Ning made her move, he was even more prepared. As expected, Ning Qi did make his move to blocking Zizai's killing move. Since that was the case, he would buy some time for Mo Ning. He would kill Ling Zizai first before dealing with the rest. Bang! Ning Qi casually threw a punch and directly destroyed Mo Ning's attack. At the same time, a boundless Tao energy surged from his body, forming a shield that blocked Tian Luo's attack. Originally, Ning Qi didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just block it with his body, and he wouldn't be hurt at all. However, if he didn't block it, Ing Zizai and the rest would be affected. In the next moment, Ning Qi's figure flickered and reappeared beside Mo Ning. Mo Ning's pupils shrank as layers of barriers surged out from her body. However, Ning Qi easily tore them apart. Then he grabbed her neck and returned to his original position. Everyone from the Mo clan was dumbfounded. Looking at Ning Qi, who was grabbing Mo Lung with one hand and Mo Ning with the other, their eyes were filled with horror. What the hell is going on? Mo Ning is a middle-stage Tai true immortal. How could she be defeated in a single move? The hairs on Nanfeng's body stood on end. Wait, Tian Luo's expression became extremely nervous. From the moment his attack failed to break Ning Qi's shield, he knew that Ning Qi's cultivation was much higher than theirs. It was highly possible that he was a peak Tai true immortal like his first senior brother. Father, should we kill this old witch? Chapter 3038. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. It was already shocking enough that he could injure a peak Xian immortal like Nanfeng. But now, Ning Qi managed to capture one of the two Tai true immortals. What kind of existence would be able to do that? A peak Tai true immortal? Thinking of this, everyone's expression became even weirder. Most of them did not look at Ning Qi, but at Ing Zizai, who was standing beside him. Lin Yaowei, who had a direct conflict with Ing Zizai, was so shocked that he gritted his teeth. A hint of horror gradually appeared in his eyes. As for the people of White Emperor sect, who had a good relationship with Ing Zizai, their jaws almost dropped. They could not figure out where Ing Zizai found such a terrifying existence who could capture a Tai true immortal in one move. Don't kill her! Let's talk this out. Tian Luo seemed to be very worried about Mo Ning. Ing Zizai glanced at Mo Ning with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Don't kill her. Mo Xiaoxiao's face showed a hint of pleading. No matter what, Mo Ning was the old ancestor of the Mo clan. There were only 3 Tai old ancestors in the Mo clan. The death of any one of them would be a great blow to the Mo clan. Moreover, she was the one who asked Ning Qi to help her. If Mo Ning died in Ning Qi's hands, she would definitely be labeled as a traitor of the clan. Beixian, spare this old witch's life for now. Ing Zizai sighed. He naturally didn't care about Mo Ning's life. If he could kill her, he would definitely find an opportunity to do so. However, he also had to consider the 2 sisters, Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Qian. If Mo Ning died in White Emperor City and Mo Qian was in danger, then the gains would not make up for the losses. He could not be sure whether the other 2 old ancestors of the Mo clan would do something terrible after receiving the news of Mo Ning's death. All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. With a gentle wave of his hand, Mo Ning and Mo Lung flew towards old ancestor Tian Luo. Mo Lung fell heavily on the ground. The disciples of the Mo clan had not recovered from the shock and naturally could not catch him. However, Mo Ning's treatment was different. Old ancestor Tian Luo was extremely fast. He immediately caught her in his arms and heaved a long sigh of relief. After Ning Qi loosened his grip, Mo Ning's strength instantly recovered. She struggled out of ancestor Tian Luo's embrace and stared at Ning Qi with a venomous look. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Mo family. Ningqi looked into Mo Ning's eyes, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Since he was going to make a move, he might as well be thorough and get rid of all the unstable factors in the Mo clan. However, he had to do it secretly to avoid affecting Ying Zizai and Ying Jinshuan. You should have calmed down by now. Then, let's settle today's matter. My foster father was framed and publicly executed. Hand over the person who framed him, and I'll take him away. Then this matter will be over. Ningqi smiled. As he spoke, his gaze swept past Nanfeng and Lin Yue. Instantly, the two of them felt as if they'd fallen into an icy cellar, and their entire bodies felt bone-piercingly cold. There's no such thing as framing. At least in our White Emperor city, this kind of thing will not happen. This outer sect disciple was publicly executed because he was too heavy-handed with his own people. Ancestor Tianluo said calmly. Nanfeng and Lin Yue both heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Tianluo protected them, nothing bad would happen today. After all, this was White Emperor City. No matter how strong the other party was, when Xianyuan Zhongtian arrived, they would have a chance to turn things around. Looks like you're still unrepentant. Ningqi smiled. The first gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. The aura on his body suddenly increased by a large margin. Everyone's expression changed. Ningqi's aura was already terrifying. Now that he had opened the 9 inner hidden gates, his physical strength had doubled. The aura that he emitted was simply suffocating. The second gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. Ningqi's aura surged again. At this moment, everyone knew that Tianluo and Mo Ning had no chance of winning just by looking at his aura. Why aren't the ancestors here yet? Many of the White Emperor clan's disciples were extremely anxious. Even if Nanfeng's actions this time were too unsightly and ugly, they were, after all, members of the White Emperor faction. They still stood on the side of their own people. They were unwilling to see an outsider like Ningqi act like a tyrant in White Emperor City. What a strong aura. He didn't use his full strength just now. This. Ancestor Tianluo and Mo Ning were shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another appeared beside Ancestor Tianluo and Mo Ning. Ancestor Shilong. Ancestor Qingyu. When the White Emperor clan's disciples saw for more ancestors, they immediately calmed down. When Ying Zizai saw Ancestor Shilong, his expression changed slightly. However, Ancestor Shilong did not notice him. He and the others all looked at Ningqi. Who's that? They were shocked. There was no way they had not seen such a powerful, primordial immortal before. Senior and junior brothers, you're finally here. Ancestor Tianluo let out a long sigh of relief. Then his aura continued to rise. When Ancestor Shilong and the others saw this, they also released their auras and linked them with Tianluo and Mo Ning. When the 6 primordial immortals' auras combined, their auras were comparable to Ningqi's. This was because 2 of them were late-stage primordial immortals. Everyone looked at Ningqi, then at Ancestor Tianluo, and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They were shocked and envious of Ningqi's strength. When would they become like Ningqi, whose aura was comparable to the 6 primordial immortals joining forces? Such strength was enough for them to roam the immortal world. Sir, let's sit down and talk. There's no need to fight. However, if you insist on fighting, we, the White Emperor clan, have never been afraid of anyone. Ancestor Shilong said slowly. Is that so? The corner of Ningqi's mouth curled upward. The 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. Boom! Ningqi's aura instantly skyrocketed, overshadowing the combined aura of Ancestor Shilong and the others. At this moment, it looked like a brawny man and a naughty child were confronting each other. Ancestor Shilong's aura was extremely weak compared to Ningqi's aura. How is this possible? Who is he? Ancestor Shilong's eyes flickered with astonishment. Even Ing Zizai and Mo Xiao Xiao were shocked by Ning Qi's current strength. So this is the strength of the strongest person on the Tai True Immortal ranking. Mo Xiao Xiao murmured to herself as she looked at Ning Qi. In fact, Ning Qi's current strength was many times stronger than the strongest person on the Tai True Immortal ranking in the past. After all, who could defeat a demon king of the demon clan who specialized in body refining at this time? The 4th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. The 5th gate, open. The 6th gate, open. The 9th gate, open. When all 9 gates were opened, their auras were completely overwhelming. Chapter 3039. More and more people from the White Emperor sect rushed over. The crowd was densely packed, but at this moment everyone was retreating madly, retreating and retreating again. Apart from Ing Zizai and the others who were specially taken care of by Ning Qi, the rest could not withstand the aura he was emitting. Even a mystic immortal would be injured by his aura. This kind of pressure was extremely terrifying. If Ning Qi appeared in a huge city with many mortals, he could cause a large number of deaths and injuries with just his aura alone. Patriarch Shilong and the others retracted their aura. They no longer dared to compete with Ning Qi. If White Emperor Immortal did not show up, even if all of their senior and junior brothers were here, they would not be a match for such a terrifying aura. Senior, there might be some misunderstanding, Ancestor Shilong hurriedly said. Tian Luo and Mo Ning's expressions became more and more shocked. As for Nan Feng and Lin Yaowei, they were completely dumbstruck. Just what kind of existence did they provoke? Brother White Emperor is in the Tian Dao family and won't be able to come out anytime soon. He did not teach you well, so I'll teach you on his behalf. Who has a ruler? Lend it to me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ruler? What was he trying to do? It's a misunderstanding. A voice pierced through the air. Long Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. The person who came was his master, Xianyuan Zhongtian. Great senior brother, Patriarch Shilong and the others looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian excitedly. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. No matter what, I will give Senior an explanation. Please calm down. Xianyuan Zhongtian cupped his fists at Ning Qi respectfully. Even great-granduncle has to address him as Senior. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Patriarch Shilong and the others were certain that Ning Qi was in existence on par with White Emperor. Moreover, their great senior brother had seen Ning Qi before. Otherwise, he would not have been so respectful. Great senior brother, may I know who this senior is? Patriarch Shilong asked cautiously. Patriarch Tianluo and the others pricked up their ears. You're muddle-headed. This is Master's good friend. Xianyuan Zhongtian looked at old ancestor Shilong and the others and reprimanded. When his gaze landed on Tianluo, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. 13th junior brother, this happened because of you. Aren't you going to apologize? Master's good friend? A good friend of White Emperor Immortal Lord? This time, everyone looked at Ning Qi with shock in their eyes. This was AF * King Immortal Lord. After a short pause, Xianyuan Zhongtian looked at Mo Ning again. He noticed that Mo Ning was occasionally looking at Ning Qi with a hint of hatred in her eyes. He continued, this senior is not only a good friend of Master, he is also a good friend of your immortal monarch, Mo Xia. Hiss! On Mo Lung's side a gasp could be heard. He looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian in disbelief, as if he couldn't accept what Xianyuan Zhongtian had said. This fellow was not only a good friend of White Emperor Immortal Lord, but also a good friend of Mo Xia Immortal Lord? How was this possible? One should know that the first-generation patriarch of the Mo clan had received pointers from Immortal Lord Mo Xia. Later on, he changed his surname to Mo and became what he was today in the Langya Immortal Domain. The Mo clan was extremely powerful. How is this possible? Mo Ning stared at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. The resentment in his eyes had long disappeared and was replaced with a hint of confusion and fear. Xianyuan Zhongtian's words had really made her feel afraid. Before this, she had always been thinking about revenge because of the relationship between the Emo clan and immortal Lord Emo Xia. Even though Ning Qi was very strong, she still had a trace of revenge in her heart. But now, even her last trump card had been destroyed by Xianyuan Zhongtian. This, Ing Zizai looked at Ning Qi with some surprise. He knew that the relationship between Ning Qi and White Emperor Immortal Lord was very special, because a long time ago, when White Emperor Immortal Lord passed by the ancestral star, he specially sent him to the Mystic Sword Sect. He even mentioned a name, and that was Ning Qi. At that time, Ing Zizai had already vaguely sensed something, but he had thought that Ning Qi was a genius that White Emperor Immortal Lord had taken a fancy to, so he took Ning Qi as his godson. He did not expect that after a period of time, every step Ning Qi took would shock the entire immortal realm. Only today did he hear from Xianyuan Zhongtian that Ning Qi and White Emperor Immortal Lord were of the same generation. But he never thought that Ning Qi and Immortal Lord Emo Xia were also friends. This sentence came out of Xianyuan Zhongtian's mouth. Everyone present knew Xianyuan Zhongtian's temperament very well. He would definitely not lie. At the very least, he would not lie about this matter. If Bei Xian is Immortal Lord Emo Xia's friend, then the matter between me and Qian... Thinking of this, Ing Zizai's heart was wild with joy. It was as if he had already seen the scene in the future. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Brother Emo Xia's descendant. Ning Qi also glanced at Emo Ning and the others in surprise. He never thought that there would be such a coincidence in the world. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Senior, for the sake of Master, please spare my junior brother this time, okay? Xianyuan Zhongtian looked at Tian Luo as if he had expected better from him, then pleaded with Ning Qi. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided, and I want to take those two away. Ning Qi pointed at Nan Feng and Lin Yaowei. Plop! Lin Yaowei fell to the ground. His eyes were already a little out of focus as he stared blankly in front of him. Everyone suddenly smelled a foul stench. Lin Yaowei actually peed his pants. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. I didn't expect Senior Brother Ing to have such a terrifying background. With such a godson, why would he bother to come to White Sovereign City as an outer sect disciple? Many of Ing Zizai's fellow disciples were shocked and felt strange. Of course, most of them were envious and jealous. Only a few disciples who were close to Ing Zizai looked at Ning Qi with a hint of shock. They knew that Ing Zizai had once adopted a godson on the ancestral star, and they also knew who that godson was. It was just that they had always treated it as a joke and did not know who that godson was. But now, they felt that they had probably guessed the true identity of that godson. The number one on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard. The monstrous genius that had never appeared in the immortal world since the beginning of time. Ning Beixian. As one of the 10 sons of White Sovereign City, Nanfeng was not as disheveled as Lin Yaowei. But at this moment his face was pale, and he looked at ancestor Tian Luo for help. But he realized that his master's eyes were flickering and was not looking at him at all. Nanfeng immediately knew what was going on, and his face was filled with despair. Chapter 3040. Nanfeng's face turned ashen when he heard Xianyuan Zhongtian's words. Lin Yaowei, who had been in a daze, finally reacted. He let out a desperate roar and planned to soar into the sky and escape in front of so many Grand Unity Immortals. In the end, his Grandmaster, Tian Luo, personally reached out and grabbed him. Grandmaster, save me. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Yaowei's tears flowed down his face as he kowtowed to Tian Luo for help. He knew that Ing Zizai would never let him go. Ancestor Tian Luo waved his hand expressionlessly. Lin Yaowei's body immediately froze. He could no longer speak. Who has a ruler? Ning Qi asked with a smile. Everyone was slightly startled. Then, a figure quickly rushed in front of Ning Qi. It was a young cultivator, and his aura was similar to Ing's eyes. He nervously took out a ruler. The ruler exuded a faint aura of a low-grade Dao instrument, and it contained 100 great Daos. The power of the ruler was considered decent among the inferior-grade Dao artifacts. He was only at the perfected golden immortal realm. He must have had a fortuitous encounter to possess such a Dao artifact. Senior, can this do it? The young cultivator carefully handed over the ruler with both hands and looked at Ning Qi anxiously. It can. Ning Qi received the ruler with a smile. He waved it around casually and felt that it was suitable for him. When the young cultivator saw this, he stood to the side happily. However, he stood next to Ing's eye instead of returning to the crowd. One by one, gazes of jealousy and regret fell on him. Many people gritted their teeth and secretly hated themselves for not acting fast enough. Such a good opportunity had been taken away, just like that. It was taken away. Tian Luo suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw the ruler in Ning Qi's hand. You come here. Ning Qi waved at Tian Luo. Senior, my eldest senior brother? Ancestor Tian Luo looked at Ning Qi doubtfully, then at Shenyuan Zhongtian. 13th junior brother, it's better to suffer some physical pain than to lose your life. Make your choice. Shenyuan Zhongtian transmitted his voice with a cold expression. Ancestor Tian Luo took a deep breath and walked toward Ning Qi. Extend your hand. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Ancestor Tian Luo did not resist and extended his hand as if he had accepted his fate. Pa! The ruler fell heavily on old Ancestor Tian Luo's palm, causing a crisp sound that seemed to be tearing the hearts of the crowd. Gradually, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Old Ancestor Tai, who ranked 13th among the subordinates of White Emperor Immortal Monarch, was publicly slapped in the palm. The faces of Mo Ning, Ancestor Shirlong, and the others twitched slightly. Fear gradually filled their eyes, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Pa! 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 The ruler landed on Ancestor Tian Luo's palm again and again. Every single strike carried a terrifying force. Not only did the force cause Ancestor Tian Luo's palm excruciating pain, it also rushed into his meridians from his palm. Ancestor Tian Luo's face turned pale with every strike. In just a blink of an eye, Patriarch Tian Luo's palm was swollen like a pig's trotter. At the same time, they also noticed that Patriarch Tian Luo's aura had become extremely unstable. It fluctuated between strong and weak as if he was severely injured. White Emperor and I are old friends. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Are you convinced? Just as Ancestor Tian Luo was about to receive another strike from the ruler, Ning Qi's ruler did not land on his palm. Instead, Ning Qi spoke slowly. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Ancestor Tian Luo quickly replied. Do you know where you've gone wrong? Ning Qi said calmly. I know. Ancestor Tian Luo was like a chick pecking at grains or a naughty child, standing obediently in front of his master. Then you may leave. Ning Qi said calmly. Ancestor Tian Luo let out a long sigh of relief and retreated to Ancestor Shirlong's side respectfully. The atmosphere in the hall became tense again. Ancestor Shirlong and Mo Ning seemed to have a premonition as they exchanged glances with each other. You come here. Ning Qi waved at Mo Ning. Mo Lung, Mo Xiao Xiao, and the rest of the Mo clan's disciples felt their hearts skip a beat. Mo Ning looked at Ning Qi in horror. Am I really going to be slapped by Ning Qi in front of so many juniors? If she didn't know that Ning Qi was a good friend of immortal Mo Xia, Mo Ning might have refused to comply. But now, after hesitating for less than half a breath, she finally moved in front of Ning Qi step by step and reached out her palm. Pat! 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 Mo Ning's face turned paler and paler. However, Ning Qi remained silent and slapped her palm over 30 times, which was more than twice as many times as ancestor Tian Luo. "Step aside," Ning Qi said calmly. "Yes," Mo Ning lowered her head and staggered to the side. Although Ning Qi only slapped her palm, she was actually injured from head to toe. The terrifying force was still battering her body. 2 Tai old ancestors' palms had been slapped. This scene almost overturned everyone's worldview. They looked at Ning Qi with fear and admiration in their eyes. Xianyuan Zhongtian was about to say something when he saw Ning Qi waving at Patriarch Sherlong. He thought that everything would be fine after this. "You come here," Ning Qi said calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's eyes fell on ancestor Sherlong with various emotions, especially the other 2 Tai old ancestors who didn't have much sense of existence. They were extremely scared. Does he have to teach every Tai present a lesson? If that's the case, wouldn't they also be unable to escape from this ruler? "Senior, this junior has nothing to do with this matter." Ancestor Sherlong tried his best. Ning Qi's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In the next moment, Ancestor Sherlong's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ning Qi, and then he obediently stretched out his palm. His entire body was covered in cold sweat because he felt as if he'd stepped into the gates of hell just now. "Do you know why I slapped you?" Ning Qi said calmly. Ancestor Sherlong subconsciously glanced at Ing Zizai. "Is it because of me? It seems that you haven't figured it out yet. No matter what, my foster father is a disciple of your lineage and has to call you Grandmaster. However, you allowed him to be bullied, framed, and publicly sentenced to death. Speaking of which, you're even more abominable than the other 2. Ning Qi smiled faintly as the ruler fell. Crack! Ancestor Sherlong's arm was directly broken. Tian Luo and Mo Ning shuddered at the same time. Then, a hint of fear flashed across their faces. "Reach out your other hand." Before Ancestor Sherlong could respond, Ning Qi spoke again. "Senior, Ancestor Sherlong instantly felt wronged. However, he still reached out his palm. The ruler fell again. Crack! Chapter 3041. Mo Clan? All right." Ing Zizai's eyes glowed with anticipation, surprise, and excitement. "Let's go then." Ning Qi smiled. Then a gust of wind blew past. Everyone realized that Ning Qi and the others were gone, along with Mo Ning, Mo Lung, Nanfeng, Lin Yaowei, and the others. Patriarch Sherlong picked up his arm from the ground and put it back on his shoulder. The wound healed quickly, but it would be difficult for his arm to recover to its previous level without years of refinement. "Eldest senior brother, who is he?" Patriarch Sherlong looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian with a pale face. Old ancestor Tian Luo and the others also stared at Xianyuan Zhongtian, wanting to know Ning Qi's true identity. They all knew that the Heavenly Dao clan had long since withdrawn from the world. But other than the Heavenly Dao clan, how could there be an existence that they didn't recognize at all? Terrifying strength? They had guessed that it was another immortal monarch, but when they thought of how Ning Qi addressed Ing Zizai, they rejected the idea. "You must have heard of his name." Xianyuan Zhongtian sighed. "Didn't the Langya Immortal Domain send out an order for us to help capture a wanted criminal?" "Wanted criminal? What? It's him." Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian in disbelief. "Is it the number 1 on the Tai True Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian?" Patriarch Sherlong gasped as he said, "That's right, it's him." Xianyuan Zhongtian nodded. "You guys are very lucky this time. If it wasn't for his friendship with Master, based on my understanding of him, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't have been able to escape today. So, it's fine to suffer some physical pain. What's more important is to stay alive. Ning Beixian." Patriarch Tian Luo's expression turned ugly. This kid has only appeared in the immortal world for a few years. When he first appeared, He was only the number one on the Earth Immortal ranking. I didn't expect that after so many years, his strength would be comparable to an immortal monarch. Who do you think is stronger between him and Master? I'm afraid Master is slightly stronger. That's right. But even if Ning Beixian is slightly weaker, he's still not someone Tai true immortals like us can compare to. His aura made me feel like I saw Master in person, the Tai old ancestors said. As for the other immortals, they could only stand at the side, not qualified to interrupt. However, after listening to the analysis of Xianyuan Zhongtian and the others, their understanding of Ning Qi improved once again. Junior brother Tian Luo, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have to pay more attention to the actions of your disciples in the future, lest something like today happens again. Xianyuan Zhongtian looked at Ancestor Tian Luo solemnly. Eldest senior brother, I understand. Old Ancestor Tian Luo cupped his fists, feeling wronged in his heart. How could he have known that executing a mere golden immortal in the perfected golden immortal realm would provoke such a terrifying almighty? If Master was here, he might not be so arrogant today. Patriarch Shilong suddenly said. Everyone knew that he had been beaten up by Ning Qi the most. One of his arms had been broken, and the other had been broken, so there was a trace of resentment towards Ning Qi. Junior brother Shilong, you should not say such words anymore. If Master were here, not only would you lose an arm, you might not even be able to keep your legs. Xianyuan Zhongtian's face turned cold as he warned. How is that possible? Master would lose face if he beat me up. Patriarch Shilong found it hard to believe. I once heard my master mention it by accident. He already knew Ning Beixian when he was only a sky immortal. I'm afraid even if we add up our friendship, it's still not enough to compare to a single hair of his. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Long Cheng, let's go. Xianyuan Zhongtian sneered and left with Long Cheng. Patriarch Shilong and the others were left dumbfounded. How is that possible? Master has lived for so long. If Ning Beixian knew him back then, wouldn't that mean... Old Ancestor Tian Luo mumbled to himself. You might have forgotten about the fortuitous encounter on the ancestral star many years ago. Many claimed that they had entered an illusion that was very similar to the one on the ancestral star a long time ago. They even saw the people of the Tiandao clan and Xingong Immortal Lord, a grand unity, said faintly. Everyone was taken aback. Then they looked at each other and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that it was not an illusion? I'm going into seclusion to cultivate. Old Ancestor Tian Luo turned and left in a hurry. Only then could he calm his inexplicable shock. As the patriarchs left, the people of the White Emperor faction finally had the chance to express their shock. One of them secretly put away the heavenly talisman with an excited look on his face. This video is absolutely priceless. Only I, Brother Go, would have the guts to film a video in front of so many patriarchs. Heaven will not forgive me if I don't earn money. Not long after, a video suddenly appeared on the All Heavens forum. However, the video could only be purchased with heavenly coins, and the price was as high as 20,000 heavenly coins. 20,000 heavenly coins. What kind of concept was that? Although the value of heavenly coins had dropped slightly after the Fiend invasion, some people still felt that it was too expensive when 200,000 heavenly coins could buy a low-grade Dao artifact that contained 200 Dao energies. But now, it was impossible to buy it without 250,000 heavenly coins. It was impossible to buy it. 20,000 heavenly coins was already equivalent to a high-quality, supreme-grade immortal artifact. Was it really worth such a high price to watch a video? Brother Go's post immediately gained hundreds of thousands of replies. Most of them were cursing and scolding him for losing his mind over money. But there were also quite a number of people who bought it. These people had pretty high cultivation, at least profound immortals and above. To them, 20,000 heavenly coins was still within their means. 100 people, haha. When Brother Go saw that the number of people had reached 100 and he had earned 2 million heavenly coins, he decisively closed the post. This way, even if the video went viral, he would not be the first one to stand out. If he had set the price to be 200 heavenly coins, he would definitely have earned more than 2 million heavenly coins. However, if more people saw the video, his post would be too eye-catching, and it would not do him any good. Hiss. Who the hell is this guy? Even a primordial immortal would be slapped in the palm. Chapter 3042. Brother Go. Haha. I seem to have some impression of him. Inside the Nuwa, Ning Chi kept the all-heaven talisman, and a smile flashed across his eyes. This guy is so daring. He even dared to take out the all-heaven talisman to film under such circumstances. Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death by me or Patriarch Sherlong? Who else can make money if not him? At this moment, the video had already caused a stir in the All Heavens forum. Brother Go's video not only recorded the previous scene, but also the conversation between Xianyuan Zhongtian and the others. Therefore, the immortals who owned the all-heaven talisman knew that Ning Chi had returned to the immortal world. As for those who did not own the all-heaven talisman, they would probably receive the news soon. However, Ning Chi did not know if the Tiandao family could still connect to the All Heavens network after they sealed their mountain. If they could, it would not take long for Ning Chi to capture an immortal of the Tiandao family and enter the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Then, he would head to Jiang Yu's Grotto Heaven's secret realm to look for Wang Muting and Wang Shui. Ying Zizai sat on the sofa on the other side and chatted with Ying Jinxuan and Mo Xiao Xiao. They were basically asking Mo Xiao Xiao about Mo Qian's life over the years. Mo Lung and the other cultivators of the Mo family were all standing behind Mo Ning. They did not dare to sit, nor were they qualified to sit. Only when their gazes fell on Mo Xiao Xiao would they reveal a faint trace of envy. At the same time, they were very regretful. If they had known that Ying Zizai could bring out such a terrifying reinforcement like Ning Chi, they would definitely have done anything to flatter him. Mo Lung was one of the regretful people. The Mo family did not agree to Mo Qian and Ying Zizai being together because Mo Qian's background was not worthy of the Mo family. However, if they knew that Ying Zizai had such a godson, would the Mo family still stop them? Of course not. At this moment, Nuwa and a few robots pushed a car with a transparent glass compartment into the cockpit. Even a Tai genuine celestial like Mo Ning felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the scene inside the glass chamber. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. Such a method was too terrifying. Brother Nanfeng is done for this time. Mo Lung looked at the glass cabin with some pity. A lingering fear rose in his heart. Previously, he thought that he had been humiliated by Ning Chi in public and wanted to end his own life. However, now that he saw what had happened to Nanfeng and his disciple, Lin Yaowei, Mo Lung was glad that he still had a trace of kinship with Ning Chi. Fortunately, he was Mo Qian's big brother. Otherwise, he might have ended up like the two of them. The other members of the Mo clan gulped with difficulty. Their eyes were filled with pity. "Master, is this all right?" Nuwa smiled sweetly at Ning Chi. Hearing this, Ning Chi got up and walked to the glass warehouse. Ying Zizai and the others also walked over. Inside the glass warehouse, Nanfeng and Lin Yaowei were glaring at Ning Chi and Ying Zizai with extremely resentful eyes. They were letting out roars from their throats. At this moment, they no longer had human bodies. Instead, Nuwa had replaced them with two dog bodies. The human heads and dog bodies were perfectly fused together. It was as if they were born to be dog spirits. There was no sense of incongruity at all. When Nuwa first developed this technology, it was for Lycong's use. Later on, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater was added. Now, Nanfeng and Lin Yaowei were added. "You will die a horrible death." Nanfeng roared angrily and kept scratching at the glass warehouse with his claws. Unfortunately, he no longer had any cultivation. His physical body was only a dozen times stronger than an ordinary wild dog's. He only had a lifespan of a few hundred years, so it was impossible for him to break the glass warehouse specially made by Niwa. Lin Yue seemed to be a little timid. He only glared at Ning Qi with resentful eyes but did not dare to scold him. Scold me all you want. Soon, your sanity will be gradually worn away and you'll finally become a real wild dog. Ning Qi smiled. Nan Feng and Lin Yue's eyes were filled with endless fear. Just thinking about the future made them feel that they would rather die than live. Beixian, why don't you give them a quick death? Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Even though she hated Nan Feng and Lin Yue because they almost killed Ying Zizai, she still felt a chill in her heart when she saw Ning Qi's methods. Xiaoxiao, you're still too kind. Ying Zizai smiled and shook his head. There was no pity in Ying Jinchuan's eyes. Instead, she was extremely happy. For someone like Senior Uncle Nan Feng, who can't tell right from wrong, he can only blame himself for ending up like that. Ying Zizai smiled. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded. She could not help but persuade them. She did not really care about what happened to the two of them. By the way, your Mo family should be lacking 2 watchdogs, right? How about I give them to you? Ning Qi suddenly looked at Mo Ning and smiled. Mo Ning was slightly startled and lowered her head guiltily. Thank you, Senior. Mo Lung and the rest felt a little uneasy when they thought about the 2 watchdogs at their doorstep in the future. But on second thought, they immediately understood. A show of strength. This was a show of strength. In the future, whenever the people of the Mo family walked in and out of the gate, they would see the 2 watchdogs and immediately think of Ning Qi. How was this a show of strength? It was obviously a warning to them. Thinking of this, Mo Lung and the rest instantly turned pale. The Mo family was not located on the central planet. Instead, it was located in a secluded place in the Langya immortal domain. The spiritual qi there was dense and majestic. Although it was slightly inferior to the central planet, there were many forces fighting for resources and spiritual qi on the central planet. But the Mo family dominated the place for so many years. Ever since then, even if there were people who had their eyes on the Mo family's location, they only dared to think about it and did not dare to make a move. This was because there were rumors that the Mo family had a close relationship with Immortal Lord Mo Xia. He was once the first on the Immortal Lord board. Ning Qi learned from Mo Xiaoxiao that the Mo family had been living a secluded life for so many years. They rarely interacted with the outside world. Because the Mo family was located on a planet, they were self-sufficient in resources. Occasionally, they would even sell a batch of resources in exchange for ores, elixirs, and other things that were not available on their planet. That was when the Mo family was the most lively. Immortals from all over the world would come to the Mo family. Ying Zizai had also met Mo Qian a long time ago because of an accident. He had followed a purchasing team to the Mo family. They had pledged to be together and gave birth to Ying Jinchuan. 5 years later, the Mo family is a bunch of old fogies. They don't even use the All-Heaven talisman. In this day and age, they still want us to make a trip. I wonder what the quality of the things they are selling this time is like. If the profit is too low, I will not do business with the Mo family in the future. Yeah, that's right. My other upper families have all switched to using the All-Heaven talisman. Although there will be a tax, it will save us a lot of effort. It's very worth it. Chapter 3043. Ning Qi and the others walked out of Niwa one after another. Then Niwa was stored in Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. When Ning Qi heard the conversation of those caravans, he once again understood the inflexibility of the Mo family. For a family like this that was unwilling to accept new things, it was no wonder that their own uncle wanted to kill their own niece. The reason was actually just to protect the family's reputation. I didn't expect to see the Mo clans gathering again. Ying Zizai sighed. He looked in the direction of the Mo clan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. After all, he had not seen Mo Qian for many years. Today he planned to leave this place with Mo Qian and live with her in the mystic sword sect in the ancestral star. Lead the way. Ningqi looked at Mo Ning and said calmly. Mo Ning nodded guiltily. Then, everyone followed her and flew toward the Mo clan's residence. Ningqi thoughtfully looked at Mo Ning's back. Just a moment ago, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. Ningqi saw it in his eyes. Was she worried about the Mo family's future situation? Or Ningqi's eyes moved slightly as if he had thought of something. He subconsciously glanced at the excited Ing Jinchuan and Ing Zizai. He was afraid that Mo Qian's current situation in the Mo clan was not too good. No one spoke along the way. Even Mo Xiao was reluctant to speak. She seemed a little nervous. Mo Lang and the others were not in the mood either. Instead, their faces gradually turned pale as they got closer to the Mo clan's residence. After about a day, Ningqi and the others finally saw an endless mountain range. Among the mountains that were surrounded by clouds and mist, there are many simple and unadorned buildings. That was the Mo clan's residence. Ing Zizai had said that apart from Mo Ning, who was a middle-stage Tai True Immortal, there was also a late-stage Tai True Immortal and a perfected Tai True Immortal. There were also a late-stage Tai True Immortal and a perfected Tai True Immortal. Each of these 3 people had more than 10 Xian Immortals. The number of disciples in the Mo clan had increased to at least 1 million. This could be seen from the rising and falling buildings. The hall of the Mo family's main branch was filled with immortals who'd come from various realms to attend the Mo family's gathering. Among them were representatives of the world of immortals from major chambers of commerce, as well as merchants from other realms whose forces were slightly weaker than the world of immortals from major chambers of commerce. In addition to those who specialized in trading, there were also quite a few sect and family representatives who came to attend the Mo clan's meetings. After all, the Mo clan had completely occupied a planet with decent resources. Every time the Mo clan held a meeting, there would always be some precious treasures. Other than precious treasures, there were also plenty of other spirit materials and ores. Many. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the Mo clan's patriarch, an existence at the peak of the primordial unity true immortal realm, to appear. When they were bored to death, they would chat with the people around them with smiles on their faces. Miss Xing, you've also come all the way here from Blue Water Star. I wonder which batch of the Mo clan's resources have you taken a fancy to? A white-robed young immortal with a few servants walked in front of Xingyue with a smile that wasn't a smile. Behind Xingyue stood Li Li, her right-hand man on Blue Water Star. Xingyue was also present. When he saw that the young immortal seemed to be inquiring, he immediately said mockingly, Gong Sun Luyan, why would the Taichu Chamber of Commerce tell you what we want to buy? Otherwise, what if you fight with us? I'm talking to your sister. Gong Sun Luyan smiled at Xingyue. There was a hint of disdain in his words. Even the nearby immortals could sense it. My brother's opinion is my opinion. Young Master Luyan, there's no need for you to ask. Your Longting Chamber of Commerce has been making a lot of moves recently. I heard that you transported a batch of resources to the border of the ancient Heavenly Court and sold them at a high price to those who are fighting against the Demon Clan. You've made a lot of money, haven't you? Xingyue said with a faint smile. It's just a small profit. Haha. Gong Sun Luyan chuckled. At this time, the representatives of the other 2 merchant associations were also secretly paying attention to this side. However, they were only ordinary representatives. Their status in the merchant association could not be compared to Xingyue and Gong Sun Luyan, so they naturally would not join in the conversation. The rule of the Mo family's gathering was to use closed bidding. After the items were taken out, everyone could bid for the items they liked. The price would be made public after everyone had shown their bid. At that time, the item would belong to whoever offered the highest price. Then, they could choose another time to come back to the Mo family to pay. Han delivered the goods. In this way, It would not be easy to be kidnapped along the way. Therefore, many of the people sent by the forces did not have high statuses. They only offered a price. Right when Gong Sun Lian was about to speak, the atmosphere in the surroundings froze. Everyone looked over in unison, and they saw two figures walk into the surroundings, one after another. At the same time, there were many higher-ups of the Mo clan following behind them, and all of them were existences at the mysterious immortal realm. The one walking in front was the most powerful patriarch of the Mo clan, Mo Jinshan, who had a cultivation base of the peak Tai genuine celestial. The second patriarch of the Mo clan, Mo Wu, was a late-stage Tai perfected celestial. Greetings, Patriarch Jinshan and Patriarch Wu. Everyone stood up and bowed, respectfully. Even the most powerful existences of the four major chambers of commerce only had the same cultivation base as Mo Jinshan. Therefore, no one dared to be arrogant in front of them. Moreover, there were not many mysterious immortals among them. Most of them were Zenith Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals. Therefore, they had to be respectful in front of a Tai genuine celestial. Mo Jinshan and Mo Wu nodded indifferently and then sat on the main seats. There were 3 seats in total. Since Mo Ning was not around, one of the seats was empty. The rest of the higher-ups of the Mo clan stood beside them. The first item of today's Mo clan's gathering is 1 million caddies of Heaven River sand. The lowest price must not be lower than 300,000 supreme celestial stones. You can exchange for it with elixirs of equivalent value. Mo Jinshan said slowly. At the same time, a disciple of the Mo clan stepped forward and gave everyone a jade slip. It was used to state the price, and it would only be displayed after everyone had stated their price. 1 million caddies of Heaven River sand? That's good stuff. With that much, we can forge many high-grade ferry boats. The crowd received the jade slip excitedly and pondered what price they should offer. If it was too high, they would suffer a loss. If it was too low, they would fail. Even Xingyue seemed to be interested. Just as the crowd was thinking about how to bid, a few figures walked into the hall. The crowd was slightly stunned. Their first reaction was, how could they be late for the Mo clan's gathering? How dare they come in after being late? Chapter 3044. That's the third patriarch of the Mo family. Who are these guys? How did Patriarch Mo Ning bring them here personally? Everyone in the hall immediately recognized Mo Ning. After all, they had attended the Mo family's gathering 3 to 5 times, and Mo Ning had always sat in the third seat. Everyone was shocked by the background of Ning Qi and his group. Although Mo Ning was only a mid-stage primordial unity true immortal, she was considered a top-notch expert in the Langya immortal domain and the entire immortal world. Moreover, Mo Ning was the third patriarch of the Mo family, which meant that her status was higher than an ordinary mid-stage primordial unity true immortal. Since she brought them here personally, they must have a great background. Gong Sun Liyun's eyes flashed with a trace of fear and hostility. Not only him, but the rest of the people also treated Ning Qi and his group as competitors. As for Xingyue and Li Li, they recognized Ning Qi with a single glance. Their expressions immediately became somewhat strange. Mo Ning, who are they? Mo Wu frowned. The Mo family's gathering had already begun. In his opinion, these late contestants were not qualified to attend, but since Mo Ning was here, he could only give her some face. Patriarch, that's Ingzizai. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the great perfection Xian immortal realm looked at Ingzizai fiercely and said while gritting his teeth, it was because of him that he'd suffered the cold shoulder of the clan all these years, and he'd even been taught a lesson by the 3 ancestors in turn. Ingzizai? A hint of confusion appeared in many people's eyes. Who was this big shot? But the higher-ups of the Mo family, including Mo Jinshan and Mo Wu, reacted quickly. Mo Ning, why did you bring this person to the Mo family? Mo Jinshan finally spoke. This Mo Ning hesitated. Ing Zizai's expression turned complicated when he saw the middle-aged man in the great perfection Xian immortal realm. If he could, he really wanted to beat this person up with his own hands. But this person's identity did not allow him to do so, because he was Mo Qian's father and Ing Jinxuan's maternal grandfather. Let me say it. Ningqi smiled and looked at Mo Jinshan and Mo Wuwei. You two join forces and fight with me. Hiss. Everyone was shocked at first. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. What did this guy say? Did they hear wrongly? Let Mo Jinshan and Mo Wei team up to fight him? This was a cultivator at the peak Tai True, Celestial, and a cultivator at the late stage Tai True, Celestial. If the two of them joined forces, how powerful would they be? Mo Jinshan and Mo Wei finally sensed that something was wrong. When they looked at Mo Ning's expression, they knew that Ningqi was definitely a primordial immortal, and he had also kidnapped the third ancestor of the Mo clan, Mo Ning. As for why, they glanced at Ing Zi from the corner of their eyes. There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. Today, the other party had challenged the two of them, so it must be because of the Mo clan scandal. Thinking of this, Mo Jinshan and Mo Wei looked at each other. In the end, Mo Jinshan did not move. Only Mo Wei stood up and walked towards Ningqi. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately became nervous. The power of a primordial immortal was terrifying. If there was a trace of the aftermath, no one present would be able to withstand it. Xing Yue's expression was a little different from the others. She had already guessed that Ningqi was the great demonic ape senior who had killed several immortal emperors on the central planet. Therefore, she was not too nervous about today's battle. In her opinion, Ningqi would definitely win. Sister, when did such an arrogant person appear in the immortal world? He doesn't look familiar, does he? Xing Yulei whispered to her secretly. Shut up and don't talk too much. Just watch. I'm afraid the Mo clan is in trouble today. Xing Yue snorted coldly. What? The Mo clan is in trouble? Sister, I'm afraid you're... Bang! A deafening sound was heard. Everyone only saw a blur. Without any movement, Mo Wuwei's body suddenly flew out and landed on the stool he had been sitting on. Mo Wuwei looked down at his chest, then looked up in horror. He looked at Ningqi and said, You! Boom! The stool shattered into powder, and Mo Wuwei fell heavily to the ground. He was out of breath. One move, a late-stage primordial unity, perfected immortal, had been seriously injured. Most importantly, no one had seen how Ningqi had made his move. Now, the way they looked at Ningqi had changed drastically. Patriarch Wei? The senior members of the Mo clan exclaimed. Mo Wuwei, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, had been defeated by his opponent in one move? It was unbelievable. Mo Qian and Mo Lung's father were even more shocked. They subconsciously looked at Ing Zizai, only to find that Ing Zizai was also looking at them and even smiling. Damn it! He roared in his heart, but he was still a little surprised. Where did Ing Zizai go to invite such a terrifying existence to stand up for him? So powerful? Xing Yulei was dumbfounded. The expressions of Gong Sun Luyun and the others also changed drastically. As I said, if you all attack together, you might be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves from me. Ningqi said lightly. Who exactly are you? Mo Jinshan stood up abruptly. He looked at Ningqi fearfully and glanced at Mo Ning from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to know where Ningqi came from. Mo Jinshan was very familiar with Mo Wuwei's strength. Even a cultivator at the peak primordial unity, perfected immortal, would not be able to injure him in one move. Even if Mo Jinshan were to attack him personally, it would take him more than 10 moves to injure him. However, his opponent had only used 1 move. What did that mean? It meant that his opponent's strength might be even stronger than his. Therefore, he was not bluffing when he challenged the two of them to join forces just now. Actually, Mo Ning said. She wanted to make things clear and hand Mo Qian over to Ning Qi so that the Mo clan would not suffer any more losses. Don't speak first. Before we get down to business, I would like to have a fight, Ning Qi said calmly. Mo Ning immediately shut her mouth. She was so afraid of Ning Qi not only because of his strength, but also because Xianyuan Zhongtian had mentioned that Ning Qi and immortal Mo Xia were good friends. This was the real reason why she was so afraid of Ning Qi. Mo Jinshan seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Mo Ning. Based on his understanding of Mo Ning, even if she was no match for her opponent, she would not be so obedient. All right, let's have a fight then. Mo Jinshan nodded with a gloomy expression. Let's go outside. If we fight here, it will affect the others. Chapter 3045. In simple terms, the power of Ning Qi's punch was equivalent to 512 primordial unity true devils who had tempered their fleshly bodies to the extreme, attacking at the same time. At this moment, Mo Jinshan's body was completely frozen, and he couldn't react at all. It was as if he saw the god of death waving at him. He wasn't facing an immortal, but an ancient beast. Who? The strong wind blew across Mo Jinshan's face, messing up his hair, making him look like a madman. Ning Qi's fist stopped 1 millimeter away from the tip of his nose. Plop! Mo Jinshan's legs turned to jelly as he fell back into his chair. Beads of sweat started to form on his forehead and dripped onto the ground. Boring. Ning Qi smiled and walked to Ing Zizai's side. The atmosphere in the hall became very quiet. Everyone stared blankly at this scene in disbelief. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Mo clan had ugly expressions on their faces, as if they had just eaten dog shit. Sir, why have you come to my Mo family today? Can you tell me now? Mo Jinshan took a few deep breaths and calmed down the fear in his heart. He had no desire to fight against Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had not stopped, Mo Jinshan believed that he would have lost his life. Such an existence was not something that the Mo clan could resist. Foster father, why don't you tell him? Ning Qi looked at Ing Zizai. Foster father? So. Many gazes landed on Ing Zizai, filled with bewilderment, shock, fear, disbelief, and all sorts of complicated emotions. Such a powerful existence was actually this person's adopted son, but his aura was only that of a perfected golden immortal. Could it be that this was a powerful being who had concealed his cultivation? Gongsun Lian and the others kept guessing. They looked at Ing Zizai with reverence in their eyes. However, the higher-ups of the Mo clan knew about Ing Zizai's background. They couldn't believe it. Mo Qian, I want to see Mo Qian. Ing Zizai took a step forward and glanced coldly at the higher-ups of the Mo clan. At this moment, apart from Mo Qian's father and Mo Jinshan, no one dared to look him in the eye. Mo Qian? Who is this? Gongsun Lian and the others were somewhat stunned. The other party had come to the Mo clan and displayed their strength twice in succession just to see a person? Hearing the name, it seemed to be a woman. As expected, Mo Jinshan was furious. What kind of matter was this? Why did they have to injure Mo Wuwei and scare him half to death for such a small matter? Couldn't he just say it? No matter how old-fashioned the Mo clan was, they weren't fools. They had already invited such a terrifying existence to the Mo clan. So how could the Mo clan be stubborn just because of a mere disciple? Go bring Mo Qian here, Mo Jinshan said solemnly. At this time, Mo Wuwei also caught his breath and slowly propped himself up. He looked at Ning Qi with an unconcealable shock in his eyes. Ancestor, Mo Qian's father, the existence at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm, revealed a trace of a troubled expression. Aren't you going to bring Mo Qian over? Are you going to disobey my orders? Mo Jinshan suddenly let out an angry roar. Right now, he wished that he could slap this fellow to death. If not for this fellow, such a thing would not have happened today. But, all right, Mo Qian's father did not seem to hesitate because he did not want to bring Mo Qian here. It seemed like there was another reason. However, seeing that Mo Jinshan seemed to want to kill him, he did not dare to say anything more and turned to leave. Ing Zizai's face was expressionless, but there was a trace of excitement in the depths of his eyes. He could finally see his most beloved woman again. Not only that, with Ningqi around, he could also bring Mo Qian back to the ancestral star mystic sword sect and live the life of his dreams. At this moment, his state of mind was also extremely agitated. At the same time, Ing Jinchuan was also very nervous. She held onto Ing Zizai's arm with a trace of anticipation in her eyes. Clang, clang. It was like the sound of a chain being dragged on the ground. Everyone heard the voice first, and then they saw the existence at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm bring a woman whose entire body was shackled. The woman seemed to be slightly haggard, but her body was rather clean. There was a piece of chain dragging on the ground, and behind it was a round iron ball. There were faint golden lines flashing on the chain. From this, it could be seen that this was not an ordinary chain. Instead, it was set up by a certain existence. Not only could it lock one's cultivation, it could also make one endure endless pressure. Qianer. When Ing Zizai saw the woman, he could not help but rush to her with an excited expression. The woman raised her head in confusion. When she saw Ing Zizai, her eyes suddenly revealed a trace of shock. Zizai! Go! Go quickly! They will kill you! Mo Qian screamed in fear. All these years, you have suffered, but from today onwards, you do not have to suffer anymore. I will bring you back to the ancestral star, to the mystic sword sect. Ing Zizai grabbed Mo Qian's hands tightly. Ing Zhenchuan looked at Mo Qian's current image with a pale face. Finally, she could not hold back her tears anymore. So her mother had been suffering in the Mo family for so many years? Even Mo Jinshan could not help but frown when he saw Mo Qian like this. He subconsciously looked towards Mo Ning. He could feel the aura left behind by Mo Ning in the chains on Mo Qian's body. Who exactly is this woman? Is this senior here today to rescue this woman? I never thought that the dignified Mo family would do such a thing. He even placed such a restriction on her body. Her cultivation does not seem to be high. Is there a need to do this? This woman's surname seems to be Mo too. Is she so cruel to her own people? The gazes of the people in the hall became somewhat complicated. When they looked at the higher-ups of the Mo family again, there was a faint trace of disdain. You placed a restriction? Ningqi looked at Mo Ning indifferently. Mo Ning's face turned slightly pale. Remove it. Ningqi said indifferently. Yes. Mo Ning lowered her head and obediently walked towards Mo Qian. Mo Qian seemed to be a little confused by the scene in front of her. She did not know what had happened, but when she saw Mo Ning walking towards her, a trace of fear immediately appeared on her face. Old ancestor, don't whoosh! The chains on Mo Qian's body were immediately kept by Mo Ning. Mo Ning looked at her with a complicated expression before walking back to Ningqi's side with her head lowered. Qian, follow me first. I will tell you slowly on the way. Chapter 3046. Seeing this, Mo Jinshan and the rest of the Mo family heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Mo family had lost face today, as long as no one died, it was a blessing in disguise. Beixian, let's go back. Ing Zizai held Mo Qian's hand tightly and said to Ningqi. His eyes shone with excitement and gratitude. Godfather, wait a little longer. Ningqi smiled. Ing Zizai nodded. Since they were destined to leave with Mo Qian today, a little more time would not make a difference. But when he saw Mo Qian's current state, his heart ached. He hated the Mo family to the core. Fourth sister, it's fine now. You can follow brother-in-law to the ancestral planet and live well. Mo Xiao walked quickly to Mo Qian's side and held her arm, comforting her. After Mo Qian saw Mo Xiao, she calmed down. Then, her eyes seemed to be attracted to Ing Zhenchuan. Ing Zhenchuan was also looking at Mo Qian. Mother, Ng Jinxuan whispered. You are. Jinxuan? Mo Qian became excited again. She ignored Ng Zizai and walked quickly to Ng Jinxuan. Her hands trembled, wanting to touch Ng Jinxuan's skin, but not daring to do so. Ng Jinxuan suddenly grabbed Mo Qian's hand and placed it on her face. At that moment, Mo Qian's body trembled, and tears flowed down her face. Your Excellency, I've given her to you. Is there anything else? Seeing that Ning Qi was not in a hurry to leave, Mo Jinshan felt a little uneasy. I'm giving these 2 watchdogs to the Mo family. Remember to arrange for them to guard the gate. Don't let them go hungry. Ning Qi waved his hand lightly. Nan Feng and Lin Yaowei appeared in front of everyone. Hiss, is that a dog demon? No, that's one of the White Sovereign City's 10 warriors, Nan Feng. How can it be? Seeing Nan Feng and Lin Yaowei's dog-headed appearance, everyone was shocked. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there was not only respect, but also a trace of fear. This is Mo Jinshan and Mo Wuwei subconsciously looked at each other. They knew that Mo Ning was going to White Emperor City as a guest. Moreover, she was going to meet Nan Feng's master, Tian Luo. As one of the 10 sons of White Emperor City, the 2 of them had naturally met him a few times. Senior Jinshan, save me. When Nan Feng saw Mo Jinshan, he immediately asked for help. Mo Jinshan was a little moved, but he pretended not to hear Nan Feng's cry for help. Sir, he's one of the 10 sons of White Sovereign City, and his grandmaster is White Sovereign Immortal Lord. Mo Jinshan hesitated for a moment and said, slowly. At the same time, he wondered if he should announce the name of Immortal Lord Mo Xie. Perhaps he would be able to save some face today. However, when he thought of the rules that Immortal Lord Mo Xie had left behind, he immediately dismissed the idea. Immortal Lord Mo Xie did not wish for people to use his name to stir up trouble, so he had intentionally left behind the name. This rule was that unless one's family was ruined, one could not use his name. However, in the Langia celestial territory, the rumors about the origin of the Mo clan had never stopped. Therefore, there was no need for Mo Jinshan and the others to announce their sect. Everyone had tacitly agreed that the Mo clan was the descendant of Immortal Lord Mo Xie. Naturally, no one dared to provoke them. I'm sure Brother White Emperor won't blame me if I help him educate his good-for-nothing disciples and grand-disciples. Ning Qi said with a smile, Brother by D. Senior, are you? Mo Jinshan gasped. Could it be that there was an immortal lord standing in front of him? Courtesy demands reciprocity. I've given you 2 watchdogs, so how about I ask for a servant girl from you? Ning Qi smiled and did not respond to Mo Jinshan's words. Servant girl. Senior can choose any servant girl from our Mo clan. Since Mo Qian is a disciple of our Mo clan, you should arrange for some servants to follow her on the journey. At least she can take care of her along the way. Mo Jinshan nodded slowly. I don't need so many, just 1 will do. Ning Qi smiled and pointed at Mo Ning. Me, servant girl. Mo Ning stared at Ning Qi with her mouth agape. She was a middle-stage Tai, perfected immortal old ancestor. Servant girl. Mo Jinshan and Mo Wuwei's expressions changed drastically. The atmosphere that had gradually calmed down became tense again. However, it was only the Mo clan that was nervous. Ning Qi smiled calmly and looked at Mo Jinshan as if he was waiting for his answer. Ng Zizai's eyes moved. He first looked at Mo Qian, then at Mo Ning. He suddenly felt very happy. When he saw Mo Qian with shackles on her body, Ng Zizai was about to lose his temper. However, when he thought that Mo Qian did not seem to be injured, he suppressed his anger. But now, Ning Qi made a suggestion that made him feel very happy. Mo Lung, Mo Xiao Xiao, and the other disciples of the Mo clan were shocked by Ning Qi's words. Time passed by slowly. About 7 or 8 breaths later, when the atmosphere was so heavy that the senior members of the Mo clan could not bear it anymore, Mo Ning suddenly said to Ning Chi, "Senior, Mo Ning is willing." "That's good. Let's go." Ning Chi smiled. "Xiao Xiao, come with us." Ing Zizai suddenly said. Mo Xiao Xiao was stunned. "Me." She subconsciously looked at the senior members of the Mo clan. When she saw her father's pale face and the others' expressions, she immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll go to the ancestral star too." What a joke! If she stayed in the Mo clan, she would probably replace Mo Qian. Not only would she be punished by her father, she would also be hated by the other senior members of the Mo clan. Ning Chi and the others left one after another. After they left, Mo Jinshan looked at Nan Feng and Lin Yue, then at Mo Lung and the other disciples of the Mo clan. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Today's Mo clan gathering will be postponed until tomorrow." After that, he stood up and left. Mo Wu Wei also left. Everyone was already prepared. They stood up and left the hall while reminiscing about the previous events. However, when they passed by Nan Feng and Lin Yue, they would deliberately take a few glances at them. "Father!" Mo Lung walked to the Peak Xian immortal. Although his cultivation was similar to his father's, there was still a trace of fear in Mo Lung's eyes. "Say no more. It's my fault that I gave birth to 2 daughters." The other party snorted coldly and left. "What should we do with these 2 dogs? Are we really going to let them guard our Mo clan? Isn't that humiliating us?" Some of the senior members of the Mo clan were annoyed by Nan Feng and Lin Yue. When Mo Lung heard that, he immediately said, "Arrange them according to that senior's request." Nan Feng looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 3047. Not long after Ning Chi and the rest left, someone found out about the video on Nanxing from the forums. They sucked in a breath of cold air and finally knew who the person in the hall was. At the same time, they felt that Ning Chi had offended the 2 immortal monarchess, by Di and Mo Xia. They were both shocked and impressed. In the following countless years, whenever someone came to the Mo family, they would see 2 watchdogs. At the same time, they would remind them that the Mo family had once been chased to the door and their faces were ruthlessly pressed against the ground. Ancestral Star, Xianjian Sect. When the Nuwa ship reappeared, the 2 elders, Nangong and Murong, rushed over upon hearing the news. They were a little nervous, because Ning Chi might bring Ing Zizai back this time. The Nuwa ship directly landed on the main peak, and then the door opened. Ing Zizai was the first to hold Mo Qian's hand and walk out. "Junior brother." When Nangong and Murong saw Ing Zizai, the nervousness on their faces disappeared and they revealed smiles. "Senior brothers, thank you for helping Zhan Xian take care of the Xianjian sect all these years. It's been hard on you." Ing Zizai cupped his hands with a smile. After that, he introduced Mo Qian. When Nangong and Murong found out that she was Ing Jinchuan's mother, they were both surprised and gratified. Where's your grandfather?" Ing Zizai looked around, but did not see Eldering, so he looked at Ing Jinchuan strangely. Ever since grandfather stopped worrying about his lifespan, he has been wandering outside all these years. Ing Jinchuan laughed. "That's good too. Perhaps we will have the chance to become a golden immortal. This way, our family will be able to stay together for a longer time." Ing Zizai smiled and nodded. Ning Chi kept the Nuwa ship. After that, Ing Zizai had not seen Mo Qian for many years, and Mo Qian had not seen Ing Zizai and his daughter for many years. Naturally, he had a lot to say and had to settle down. Missing Moon Peak. Fong Lingming and Li Exan were still in closed-door cultivation. This time, Ning Chi used his spiritual will to search for Luo Hongua, and with a slight movement he appeared beside Luo Hongua. Let me tell you, something like a program is the same principle as the Great Tao. Not just anyone can learn it. Back then, in order to learn this, Luo Hongua sat on a stool like a big horse. In front of him was a group of men and women, all of whom were disciples of the missing Moon Peak. Obviously, there were more girls. They listened to Luo Hongwa explain the program knowledge and boast about what he had seen and heard over the years. In truth, they were only here to listen to Luo Hongwa talk about the difficult problems in cultivation, since Luo Hongwa was a Grand Luo after all. Why are they listening so attentively? Luo Hongwa suddenly felt that his surroundings were very quiet. Everyone seemed to be staring at him, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. However, he soon discovered that everyone's gazes were not on him, but on the seat beside him. What are you guys looking at instead of paying attention to the lesson? Luo Hongwa turned his head and saw Ning Qi looking at him with a faint smile, causing him to let out a shrill scream like a woman. Then he immediately reacted and smiled awkwardly. So it's Brother Ning. I heard that you've returned some time ago and wanted to pay you a visit, but you left in a hurry. Continue. After this lesson, come to my place. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Once Ning Qi left, the disciples of the missing moon peak buzzed and chatted excitedly, no longer in the mood to listen to Luo Hongwa's lesson. All right. Class dismissed. Luo Hongwa waved his hand helplessly and got up to chase after Ning Qi. Brother Ning! Luo Hongwa quickly caught up to Ning Qi with a fawning look on his face. Brother Ning, are you planning to ask me to help you modify that immortal Lord token and turn it into a heavenly talisman? Although he was only a Grand Luo and knew that Ning Qi's strength was terrifying, he was different from others and did not fear Ning Qi too much. After all, he and Ning Qi were from the same hometown and both came from Earth. Why ask when you already know? Ning Qi smiled. I can't wait any longer. As a matter of fact, I've already learned about Brother Ning's trip to the Southern Star from the All Heavens Forum. Didn't you notice that my master isn't even on the Southern Star? Luo Hongwa said in a low voice. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. What did you notice? I left a back door in my heavenly talisman so that I can track its traces. I discovered that it's currently in the devilish immortal realm. Luo Hongwa said in a low voice. And Ning Qi asked while nodding at the junior sisters who were bowing to him. Based on my understanding of my master, he's a coward. It's impossible for him to go to the devilish immortal realm. That place has long been occupied by the demon race, Luo Hongwa said with a solemn expression. You're saying? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly before he stopped. I'm afraid that my master will join the demon race after seeing how powerful the demon race's invasion is. With the heavenly talisman in his hand, he can do whatever he wants in the All Heavens Grand Network. It's equivalent to the demon race having a channel to plunder our immortal world's resources by hook or by crook. Luo Hongwa rode. Why would your master join the demon race? The Southern Star is in the Brahma Heaven immortal realm, which is extremely far away from the devilish immortal realm. Even if the ancient heavenly court immortal realm is occupied by the demon race, it'll take them hundreds of years to reach the Brahma Heaven immortal realm. Ning Qi said with a frown. Regardless of whether Luo Hongwa's speculation was reasonable or not, if his master really used the heavenly talisman to join the demon race, it would be a serious matter. According to Luo Hongwa's words, with the heavenly talisman, one could easily arrive at any existence with the heavenly talisman through the All Heavens Grand Network. For example, if an immortal was selling something on the All Heavens Forum, one could use the seller's account to directly kill the seller and take the item away. This was a very terrifying function, not to mention the other abilities. Brother Ning, take a look at these posts first. Luo Hongwa took out an ordinary heavenly talisman and opened the All Heavens Forum. He showed Ning Qi a few of the posts that didn't have many clicks. Luo Hongwa had saved them, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find them on the homepage. After Ning Qi finished reading, he turned and left. There's no time to lose. Help me modify that immortal Lord token. The contents of those posts were very similar. They were posted by the survivors of some merchant families. It was said that when the patriarch was selling something, someone suddenly appeared, killed their patriarch, and took away the item. Luo Hongwa even specially looked for the posts posted by their patriarch when he was selling the item. Chapter 3048. Missing Moon Peak. Peak Master Hall. Ning Qi had laid down more than 10 layers of restrictive spells. Although he did not know if they could block the green-robed old man spying, it would not be easy for others to see what was going on in the hall without Ning Qi knowing. Take it. Ning Qi took out the Immortal Lord's token and handed it to Luo Hongwa. He was a little curious as to what method Luo Hongwa would use to modify this Immortal Lord's token. At the same time, Ning Qi had occasionally studied the mysteries of the Immortal Lord's token over the years. Back then, when his spiritual will entered the Immortal Lord's token, he saw a huge city with many terrifying immortals. Later on, Ning Qi sent his spiritual will in again, but he could not find the location of the huge city. During this period, the Immortal Lord's token did not undergo any obvious changes. As for the specific reason, Ning Qi would probably only know after he advanced to the Immortal Monarch stage. Luo Hongwa reached out to receive the Immortal Lord's token. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Once upon a time, he also had such an Immortal Lord's token. Unfortunately, in order to preserve his life, he had left the Immortal Lord's token to his unreliable master. Brother Ning, I'm going to start. Luo Hongwa's face suddenly revealed a trace of solemnity. At this moment, it was as if the person standing in front of Ning Qi was not a Daluo golden immortal. This was an expression that could only be revealed by extreme confidence. One could imagine how confident Luo Hongwa was in his domain. A trace of the will of the great Tao surged out from Luo Hongwa's body. Following that, a keyboard appeared in front of him. Keyboard. Ning Qi did not see wrongly, it was a keyboard. However, this keyboard exuded the aura of a low-grade Tao tool. Ning Qi's eyes gradually became strange. Since the end of the last great war of immortals and demons, there were very few refiner grandmasters in the immortal realm who knew how to refine Tao tools. Most immortals used Tao tools passed down from ancient times. Luo Hongwa's keyboard was obviously customized by a grandmaster who could refine low-grade Tao tools. Professional enough. Ning Qi sighed and smiled. The price of finding someone to customize a low-grade Tao tool was much higher than buying one. Ning Qi reckoned that he had used the All-Heaven Talisman to obtain a lot of resources to be able to afford this price. Ning Qi could already imagine the scene of Luo Hongwa suddenly taking out a keyboard and throwing it at someone during a battle. Luo Hongwa's fingers were typing rapidly on the keyboard. His speed was so fast that it left afterimages. Immortals with lower cultivation levels would not even be able to catch his movements. Only Ning Qi, who was a perfected Tai genuine celestial, could clearly see what he was doing. A series of symbols that Ning Qi could not understand appeared out of nowhere and entered the Immortal Lord token. Immediately after, the aura of the Immortal Lord token was constantly changing. Even its appearance had some changes. Luo Hongwa seemed to be immersed in his own world, his expression incomparably focused. Time ticked by, and soon a day had passed, but Luo Hongwa did not have the slightest intention of stopping. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. On the 5th day, inexplicable golden vein patterns suddenly surfaced on the Immortal Lord's token. At this moment, Luo Hongwa's body was covered in sweat, and his aura was weaker than 5 days ago. Another 5 days passed. In just 10 days, Luo Hongwa seemed to have exhausted all his energy. His lips were pale, and the shape of his face had become much thinner. Ning Qi sat in the middle of the hall, occasionally paying attention to Luo Hongwa. Most of the time he was immersed in the All Heavens Forum. The border of the ancient heavenly court's immortal domain was still the same as before. Occasionally, 1 or 2 large-scale battles would erupt, with thousands of immortals and demons on both sides. However, compared to the battles between immortals and demons that Ning Qi had seen before, the scale of these battles was extremely small. Threads related to the demon race were basically more popular in the forum, and many people followed the threads. However, Ningqi discovered several new threads. These threads were similar to the ones that Luo Hongwa had shown him previously. There had been many robberies across the immortal world, and the perpetrators had come and gone without a trace. However, they had been able to accurately find the targets, and the targets had also posted on the All Heavens black market. The warehouse of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce in the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal domain has been robbed. As soon as a new thread appeared, Ningqi was slightly taken aback. The person who posted it was Apricot Flower Drizzle, an old acquaintance of Ningqi's. He had already determined that the person behind this account was Xingyue, the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's branch on Blue Silver Star. The content of the thread was extremely harsh, condemning the perpetrator. The resources in the warehouse were prepared to be sold to the immortals who were defending the border against the demon race. Moreover, the price was very low, which was equivalent to a half sale and half gift. In the end, it had been robbed, and the one guarding the warehouse was a profound immortal from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. An elder at the consummate level had been killed by someone. An existence that was only half a step away from becoming a Tai true immortal was rare even in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Each of them had an extremely high status. Now, not only had such an elder died, but the entire warehouse's resources had also been robbed. This was a huge blow to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. As for the comments below, some were condemning, but most were gloating. For example, they accused the Taichu Chamber of Commerce of not having the intention to help, and only wanted to use the war between the immortal world and the demon race to make a fortune. This deduction was approved by many immortals. The thread suddenly had more than 100,000 comments, and it was extremely popular. Since the Taichu Chamber of Commerce has been murdered, it seems that the other 3 chambers of commerce will also be in trouble. However, to do this, one must know the people from the other 3 chambers of commerce, and at the same time, the other party must be guarding the warehouse. However, the All Heavens Network was created by Luo Hongwa, so his master might really know about it. He knows the names on the All Heavens talismans of many great figures in the immortal world. Ningqi mused. It seemed that it would still take some time for Luo Hongwa to make progress. After a few more days, the popularity of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's post had just decreased. Another one of the 4 major chambers of commerce, the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce, also posted a post. The content was similar to that of Apricot Blossom Drizzle that year. It also said that these resources were going to be half sold and half gifted to support those immortals who were fighting against the demon race. In just a few days, both major chambers of commerce had been murdered. This immediately made people take this matter seriously. These 2 chambers of commerce were extremely important in the ancient heavens' immortal domain. Many immortals bought medicinal pills from them. Now that their warehouses had been hijacked, the market of the ancient heavens' immortal domain would definitely be in a state of scarcity. All kinds of resources would be scarce. The remaining 2 chambers of commerce immediately took action. In fact, although it was called a warehouse, it was actually an interspatial ring. The 2 chambers of commerce immediately replaced the elder in charge of these goods. As a result, a few days later, another post appeared on the All Heavens Forum. Chapter 3049. The warehouses of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce, and the auspicious Cloud Chamber of Commerce in the ancient Heavenly Court had all been destroyed in a short period of time. This matter caused a huge uproar. Even the posts that Luo Hongwa had shown to Ningqi without many people noticing were found. Counting carefully, there were actually more than 50 posts. This meant that there were already more than 50 forces that had suffered the same blow as the 3 major chambers of commerce. Next, the Langya Chamber of Commerce, ranked first among the 4 chambers of commerce, became the focus of everyone's attention. The Langya Chamber of Commerce was extremely powerful. It was founded by the Langya Immortal Emperor. Even if the other 3 chambers of commerce joined forces, they would not be able to match 1/10 of the Langia Chamber of Commerce. 5 days later, the Langia Chamber of Commerce posted a post. The resources they had arranged in the ancient heavenly court to support the demon-fighting immortals had been taken away, and the primordial unity, perfected immortals in charge of guarding them, had all been killed. This news immediately caused a huge uproar in the All Heavens Forum. How did the other party manage to kill so many primordial unity immortals, and even the Langia Chamber of Commerce? The biggest question was, how did the other party lock onto their target? Even immortal lords might not be able to find those primordial unity immortals in a short period of time if they wanted to hide. Moreover, only 5 days had passed since the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce was robbed. How did the other party use these 5 days to find the person in charge of the Langia Chamber of Commerce in the ancient heavenly court? This is a faction. It's definitely not the work of a single person. Who would be so shameless as to help the demons attack the logistics of the ancient heavenly court? Shocking. I suspect it's the ancient immortal clan. As soon as this post appeared, posts about the ancient immortal clan betraying the immortal world and joining forces with the demons sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Moreover, there were many supporters. Even the resentment that the Tiandao clan had been in seclusion for the past few hundred years was transferred to the ancient immortal clan. The ancient immortal clan will not take the blame for this. Ningqi's eyes flashed coldly. Then he sent a message to that year's apricot blossom drizzle. Father, the robbery of the warehouse and the death of second uncle must have something to do with the demon race. Otherwise, it's impossible for such a coincidence to happen right after the demon race started to invade the immortal realm. If the demon race already had this kind of means, they would have made trouble long ago. On a planet near the border of the ancient heavenly court immortal domain, Xingyue brought Xingyue and Li Li to a great hall. Apart from the 3 of them, there were more than 10 other figures in the hall. Their auras ranged from the early stage of the mysterious immortal realm to the great perfection of the mysterious immortal realm. In the center of the hall sat a primordial unity. This person was the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, Xing Taichu. Yue is right. A perfected abstruse immortal said slowly, Second brother's death this time is very strange. With his perfected abstruse immortal cultivation, he would have had time to send a message to an ordinary grand unity true immortal. The person who did it must be extremely powerful among the grand unity true immortals. He was the eldest brother of Xing Taichu. The entire Taichu Merchant Guild was established by Xing Taichu. However, his second and eldest brother's cultivation bases were extremely powerful as well. Long ago, they left their clan and joined the Taichu Merchant Guild to help out. And now, among the 3 of them, one of them actually died in the immortal realms of the ancient heavenly courts. Most importantly, his interspatial ring, which contained countless resources and was equivalent to the 3rd largest warehouse of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, had disappeared without a trace. The Taichu Chamber of Commerce's losses could not be said to be small. Someone on the All Heavens Forum said that it was done by the ancient immortal clan. President, do you think it's possible? An abstruse immortal said solemnly, It's indeed possible. Xing Taichu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, when the ancient immortal clan appeared, it wasn't long before the Devil clan made a comeback and invaded the immortal world. No one would believe that this matter had nothing to do with the ancient immortal clan. Up until now, the Langyu immortal emperor hasn't sent an army to guard the borders of the ancient heavenly court. He's worried that the ancient immortal clan has set up an ambush. Xing Yue's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. She had already confirmed that Ning Qi was from the ancient immortal clan and had an extremely high status in the ancient immortal clan. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to become number 1 on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard in just a few thousand years. In the battle on the central planet, he had displayed power comparable to that of a 3rd step almighty. Could it really be him? Xing Yue didn't want to believe that it was Ning Qi who did it, but it was too much of a coincidence. Ning Qi's strength matched the characteristics of the person who did it. Dragon riding Immortal Lord is about to arrive. This time, I will hand over the two most important warehouses of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce to Dragon riding Immortal Lord for safekeeping. I want to see if the ancient Immortal clan is strong enough to steal our resources from Dragon riding Immortal Lord. Xing Taichu snorted coldly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. Dragon riding Immortal Lord was the true backer of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Xing Taichu was able to establish the Taichu Chamber of Commerce in a short period of time because of Immortal Lord riding Immortal Lord's favor. Before the Tiandao clan appeared, Dragon riding Immortal Lord was ranked second on the Immortal Lord leaderboard. The first was Immortal Lord Mo Xia, but Immortal Lord Mo Xia had been hunted down by the Hanbei Demon Emperor, and his whereabouts were still unknown. If he died and the Tiandao clan didn't appear, Dragon riding Immortal Lord would be ranked first on the Immortal Lord leaderboard, the strongest person below the Great Emperor realm. By the way, have you seen that video? It's the one of Ning Beixian in Nanxing City. His strength is terrifying. There was some silence in the hall, but a profound immortal suddenly broke the silence. This kid's strength is probably infinitely close to an Immortal Lord. Do you think he has something to do with the hijacking of several large chambers of commerce? After all, he's the Langya Immortal Emperor. Back then, he issued a wanted order saying that this kid is a remnant of the ancient immortals. Someone raised a question that had been buried in their hearts for a long time. Xing Taichu's expression became more and more serious. While everyone was discussing, Xing Yue suddenly paused and took out the All-Heaven talisman to take a look. Someone sent a message to her. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Miss Xing Yue, the person who hijacked the Chamber of Commerce's resources, will take action again. If your resources are still in the ancient heavenly court, I suggest you get someone below the golden immortal level to guard them. It's him? He knows who I am? Xing Yue was shocked, but she replied calmly, Are you Ning Beixian? That's right. The person who took action this time isn't from the ancient immortal clan. No. Chapter 3050. I can't tell you the specific situation. You can help me pass the message to the other chambers of commerce. After replying to this message, Ning Qi closed the All-Heaven talisman. If the 4 major chambers of commerce suffered heavy losses, logistics would not be guaranteed. Then how many immortals would die in the ancient heavenly court immortal domain because they couldn't eat healing pills? As for whether Xing Yue believed his warning or not, Ning Qi couldn't control it. He put away the All-Heaven talisman and looked towards Luo Hongua. As long as Luo Hongua succeeded in modifying the Immortal Lord token, Ning Qi planned to follow the network cable to see if the real culprit who robbed the resources of the major chambers of commerce was Luo Hongwa's master. Boom! A loud sound came from the Immortal Lord token and echoed in the hall. However, Ning Qi had set up a restriction so the sound wouldn't spread outside. In the courtyard of the Missing Moon Peak, the green-robed old man suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sect master hall. What is this kid doing? It's done? Ning Qi reached out and took the Immortal Lord token from Luo Hongwa with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. This Immortal Lord token didn't seem to have changed at all. All right, Brother Ning just needs to refine it and inject a trace of spiritual force to bind your identity. This is equivalent to a cheat that roams in the All-Heaven talisman, Luo Hongwa said with some pride. His originally thin flesh gradually filled up after completing the modification of the Immortal Lord token. He didn't look as haggard as before. Hearing that, Ning Qi's mind moved slightly, and he instantly disappeared. Luo Hongwa looked around blankly, and then felt a little helpless. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. This is top cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi refined the Immortal Lord token, he injected a trace of spiritual force and found a different login interface. Originally, There were only a few options in the interface of the All Heaven Talisman. After logging in, there would be the All Heaven Forum, All Heaven Black Market, All Heaven Live broadcast platform, as well as a list of transactions and friends. But now, Ning Chi had a few more options. Hit people along the network, cable clairvoyance truth, listening technique. Hit people along the network cable? Ning Chi had a strange look in his eyes. Needless to say, this option was definitely named by Luo Hongua. Only he could come up with such a weird name. Ning Chi more or less knew the function of the first option. He was ready to test it out one last time. He first tested the clairvoyance. With a thought, the clairvoyance option was opened, and a box immediately appeared, seemingly asking Ning Chi to enter a name. Oh, let's call it that year's apricot blossom drizzle. Ning Chi's thoughts moved, and the name was immediately entered. Immediately after, he saw a scene in front of him. It was a large hall. There were many people in the hall, and Xingyue was not the only one. However, Ning Chi could only look and not hear what they were saying. Thinking of this, Ning Chi opened the clairaudient option and entered Xing Yue's name in the All Heavens network. Immediately, the sound of the hall was clearly transmitted into his ears, as if he was there. As expected, they are all suspecting the ancient immortal clan. Ning Chi laughed, closed the two options, and then turned on the truth listening technique. He had originally thought that this was a function similar to the clairaudient, but he never thought that it was actually a function similar to surveillance. It could monitor all abnormal movements, as long as Ning Chi set a few conditions to trigger the surveillance. Conditions: Demon Race, Heavenly Dao Clan, Langyo Immortal Emperor, Ancestral Star, Xianjian Sect, Ningbei Xian, Divine Luo Realm. As Ning Chi muttered to himself, he entered the triggering conditions. This time he used an entire 2 hours to enter all the triggering conditions that he could think of. In the future, as long as someone talked about these triggering conditions in the All Heaven Talisman, it would be directly transmitted to Ning Chi. Not only could he view their chats and sync, he could also save them and view them offline. From the moment he set the triggering conditions, Ning Chi knew that these words might trigger a lot of information. In the end, he didn't expect that just as he finished, there would be hundreds of thousands of messages surging in. Ning Chi used his spiritual will to check, and it took him an entire half an incense stick of time to finish reading. There's no suspicious movement. If the All Heaven Talisman were to be spread to every immortal, this truth listening technique would probably be able to monitor the entire celestial world. Ning Chi had a strange expression on his face. Legend had it that, in the netherworld, there was a spiritual beast lying under the table of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva all year round. This spiritual beast was called Truth Listener, and it could hear the sounds of the 3 realms. It knew everything, and since King Qingguang existed, then Truth Listener must have existed before. Perhaps it had fallen during the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Ning Chi's strength was at least at the 3rd step. It was equivalent to having a simplified version of the Truth Listener beast. Compared to the real Truth Listener, the ability of the All Heaven Talisman's truth listening technique was still limited. It had to rely on the All Heaven network, and it couldn't listen to what people were thinking. No matter what, this is a form of improvement for me. A hint of a smile flashed across Ning Chi's eyes. The truth listening technique was constantly transmitting information to him. In a short period of time, he already knew which sects and clans hated him, and which people privately cursed him, saying that he was a remnant of the ancient immortals. There were even some disciples of the Xianjian sect who were discussing in private. They thought that their identity in the All Heaven Talisman was completely confidential, and that no one would know who they were. Right now, the demon clan is invading the immortal world. Ningbei Xian is a wanted criminal, yet he openly appeared in the Xianjian sect of the Ancestral Star. Does the Langya Immortal Emperor not plan to take action and capture Ningbei Xian? The person who posted the post was called Bingyu. Originally, this post was not noticed by Ning Chi. There were too many such discussions, but in the following posts, Bingyu revealed that he was a disciple of the Xianjian sect. He probably relied on the fact that Ning Qi had no way of finding him among the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Xianjian sect, which was why he dared to be so open, fair, and square. Brother Bingyu is currently in Demon King Ning's Xianjian sect. You must be careful. It would be best if you can record more news about Demon King Ning. I am a disciple of the Meng family of the Central Planet. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely drink and chat with a righteous man like Brother Bingyu. Sure. Recently, I have been very careful, afraid that they will know my identity. After all, the senior and junior brothers around me all worship Demon King Ning to the extreme. But they do not care about his identity as a remnant of the ancient immortal clan. After reading this post, Ning Qi laughed. He planned to use the first test of the function of hitting people along the network cable on him. He wanted to see if this person was really a disciple of the Xianjian sect. With a flash, Ning Qi left the top training grounds. In Luo Honggua's eyes, Ning Qi had only disappeared for a moment. "Lend me your keyboard." Ning Qi laughed. "Ah, what's the use of my keyboard, Brother Ning?" Luo Hongua looked at Ning Qi in surprise as he handed the keyboard over to him. Immediately after, Ning Qi's figure disappeared once again. Xianjian sect, the former Dajiang Peak, within a cave. Chapter 3051. Just like that, Ning Qi stood behind the Xianjian sect disciple for a full 10 minutes. After he finished replying to all the posts, he muttered to himself, "It's time to cultivate." Sigh, so many years have passed, but my cultivation resources can't even compare to the worst disciple on the missing moon peak. Back then, Ning Imo and I passed the trial together and entered the Xianjian sect, but now it's like heaven and earth. After Lu Bing finished muttering to himself, he suddenly saw a black shadow behind him. In that instant, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. "Who is it?" Lu Bing suddenly turned around, and at the same time he struck out with his palm. The surging immortal spirit energy turned into a gigantic palm print that landed on Ning Qi's body, but in the end it did not even hit a single strand of Ning Qi's hair. At this time, Lu Bing had already clearly seen Ning Qi's appearance and looked at him in disbelief. You must be the Bingyu on the All Heavens Forum. If I didn't do this today, I would have almost forgotten about you." Ning Qi smiled. Back then, when he and Zhao Tong entered the Xianjian sect together, this Lu Bing was someone from the same generation as him, and there was even a grudge between the two of them. At that time, many people wanted to cause trouble for Ning Qi, and after Ning Qi knocked them out, he hung them on the pillars. "No, it's not me. What is Bingyu?" Lu Bing immediately reacted and shook his head. "Senior Brother Ning, why did you suddenly come to my cave abode? Is there some misunderstanding?" "There's no misunderstanding, but I was standing behind you for a long time just now. Didn't you notice?" Ning Qi laughed. Hiss! Lu Bing sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in a daze. According to what he said, didn't that mean that he had seen his reply in the All Heavens Forum from the beginning to the end? "You want to kill me?" Lu Bing's body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he looked at Ning Qi righteously. "What I said on the forum was true. You are indeed wanted by the Langya Immortal Emperor. You are a remnant of the ancient immortal clans. You didn't tell us about this after you came back. What can I do after explaining? Is this my fault?" The corner of Ning Qi's mouth raised slightly. "In fact, as long as Senior Apprentice Brother Ning explains it and dispels the doubts in our hearts, we will definitely stand on the side of Senior Apprentice Brother Ning." Lu Bing rejoiced inwardly. As long as Ning Qi didn't kill him on the spot, he would have a sliver of hope to survive. He swore that as long as he could survive, he would throw away the All Heavens talisman that he had spent a fortune on, and he would never appear on the All Heavens Forum again. "Say your last words." Ning Qi laughed. "What, he still wants to kill me?" Lu Bing swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and his face finally revealed a trace of begging for mercy. Senior Brother Ning, I was confused. I said something that was not good for you on the All Heavens Forum. But please take into account that I am also a disciple of the Xianjian sect, and spare me this time. Don't tell me you have forgotten. But to enter the Xianjian sect in the same batch, this is fate. Oh, are these your last words? I've heard them all. Then it's time to go. Ning Qi grinned, waved the keyboard, and slammed it onto Lu Bing's body. Lu Bing's entire body was slapped into a ball of spirit energy and returned to the heavens and earth. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. After doing all this, Ning Qi's mind moved, and he returned to the Missing Moon Peaks Sect Master Hall. Brother Ning, did you just go through the network to hit someone? When Luo Hongwa saw Ning Qi, he hurriedly took the keyboard from him. Seeing that his beloved keyboard was not damaged, he heaved a sigh of relief and asked casually, Not bad. This function is quite useful. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. A trace of pride flashed across Luo Hongwa's eyes. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent such a short period of time to break through to the Daluo Golden Immortal. Even junior sister Li Xian's cultivation speed isn't as fast as mine. What's the name of your master's account? Ning Qi smiled. Luo Hongwa's eyes lit up. Heavenly Book. My master's name on the All Heavens Forum is Heavenly Book. Heavenly Book, I understand. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Brother Ning, when do you plan to take action? I suggest that you wait until those chambers of commerce are robbed again, then go through the network. That way, you'll be caught red-handed. Luo Hongwa said in a low voice. Yes, that's my plan, but I think it's safer to let him come over. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, Luo Hongwa was slightly startled, and then he already knew what Ning Qi was planning to do. Brother Ning, my master is a cautious person. If he wants to take action, he must know the background of the other party. If you plan to let him come over, I'm afraid it's not possible. Luo Hongwa said in a low voice. Who said I'm the bait? Ning Qi smiled, and his figure once again disappeared on the spot. Ancient Heavenly Court's immortal domain. Ning Qi appeared in a hall, and he sighed in his heart. It would take him a long time to reach such a far distance if he rode on the Niwa ship, but now he arrived in the blink of an eye. Who? Xing Taichu and the others suddenly jumped up and looked at Ning Qi in shock. At this moment, someone recognized Ning Qi's identity and screamed, It's Ning Beixian! It's Ning Beixian! He's here to rob our Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Brother Ning? Xing Yue was also a little shocked. At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Ning Qi's appearance was too sudden. He had just sent a message to warn her, and now he appeared so soon? Ning Beixian? Xing Taichu's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He could feel a terrifying aura from Ning Qi's body, causing him to be unable to summon even the slightest bit of battle intent. It was as if he would be destroyed the moment he made a move. Miss Xing, I was in a hurry at the Mo clan last time, so I didn't greet you. You won't blame me, right? Ning Qi cupped his hands at Xing Yue. Xing Taichu, Xing Yue's uncle, and the rest of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's upper echelons, including Xing Yue, stared at Xing Yue in shock. Xing Yue knew Ning Beixian, and they seemed to be on good terms. What was going on? Everyone was shocked and confused because they had never heard Xing Yue mention this. Brother Ning must be joking. How could I blame you? It's just that Brother Ning suddenly appeared today. Xing Yue smiled bitterly. I'm here because of the robbery of several large chambers of commerce. Ning Qi smiled faintly, and his gaze swept across everyone present. I heard that someone threw the blame on the ancient Immortal Clan. On behalf of the ancient Immortal Clan, I say that we will not take the blame. Oh, what does Brother Ning mean? Chapter 3052. When Ning Qi first appeared, Xing Taichu and the rest were indeed very nervous, especially when someone discovered Ning Qi's identity. They thought that he was here to rob them, but they never thought that Xingyue would actually know him, and from the looks of it, he did not seem to be the guy who had been secretly taking action during this period of time. The method is simple. Lure him into a trap. Ningqi smiled. Lure him into a trap. Everyone was startled. They thought Ningqi had some special method to catch that person, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Xing Taichu smiled bitterly. Daoist Ning, we've already used this method and released fake news. But the other party didn't fall for it at all, Xingyue suddenly said. Brother Ning, what do you mean by lure him into a trap? Use your account on the All Heavens forum and post a message in the black market. Sell a few spirit herbs. Ningqi smiled. That's it. Xingyue was startled. At this moment, a senior member of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce looked at Ningqi with some suspicion. We deliberately released fake news before and took out all kinds of rare resources, but the other party did not fall for it. You think a few spirit herbs and spirit medicines can lure him here? Looks like Ning Beishuan's brain isn't that good either. He thinks the other party is too simple. How can a mysterious existence that robbed several large chambers of commerce and dozens of forces fall for it so easily? Xing Taichu thought. That's because the amount of resources you offered is not enough. Ningqi smiled. Not enough? Everyone's expression became even more strange. Their Taichu Chamber of Commerce had so many resources that a mere primordial unity dared to say it was not enough? If all the resources of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce were gathered together, even the net worth of an immortal lord might not be able to compare. Although everyone was intimidated by Ningqi's high cultivation and didn't say anything, they couldn't help but look down on him. Meanwhile, Ningqi flipped his palm, and then a strand of extremely powerful celestial energy swept out and filled the entire hall. This is... Xing Taichu and the rest gasped. His elder brother, Xing Taiyin, the senior member of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, subconsciously walked up to Ningqi and looked at the item in his hand in shock. He was the #1 appraiser of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and had done a lot of research on all kinds of rare treasures in the immortal realm. He could tell at a glance that the item in Ningqi's hand was extraordinary. In Ningqi's palm, there was a piece of dry firewood. The dried firewood was less than a foot long, but it was such an ordinary-looking firewood that constantly surged with terrifying spiritual energy, almost increasing the density of the spiritual energy in the hall by more than 100 times. Could it be the dark spirit tree root? Such boundless spiritual energy. It must be at least one ancient era old. Xing Taiyin said in disbelief. He wanted to touch it again, but he was afraid that Ningqi would slap him to death. You have good eyesight. However, the age is wrong. This is at least 3 ancient nether spirit tree roots. Ningqi said lightly. He still had a lot of such spiritual materials in his space bag. Those immortal emperors weren't killed for nothing. Each immortal emperor's wealth was extremely terrifying, unimaginable to ordinary people. Sengu. Xing Taiyin sucked in a breath of cold air. Xing Taichu and the rest were also shocked. The value of a 3 ancient spiritual Yin tree root was simply too high. A fiery light flashed in Xing Taichu's eyes as he resisted the urge to buy it. Uncle, what is the use of the dark spirit tree root? Can this thing lure that guy out? Our Taichu Chamber of Commerce doesn't have it? Xingyue asked subconsciously. Xing Taichu looked at him resentfully. This son of his was ignorant and incompetent. He didn't even know about a heavenly treasure like the dark spirit tree root. He wanted to slap him to death. The dark spirit tree root is one of the essential ingredients for refining a type of elixir. Even if it is directly swallowed, it can increase the cultivation of a Tai true immortal. If it is refined into a heavenly lord pill, it can increase the chances of a perfected Tai true immortal to become an immortal lord. Xing Taiyin said with a trembling voice. However, since the great war of the immortals and demons, the dark spirit tree root has become extremely rare in the immortal realm. Even if it exists, it would have been taken by the Tiandao clan. Otherwise, why do you think the Tiandao clan has so many immortal lords? It can increase the chances of a Tai true immortal to become an immortal lord. Xing Yulei was dumbfounded. He finally understood the preciousness of the dark spirit tree root. Just this effect alone was enough to make many Tai true immortals go bankrupt. Not to mention the fact that it could increase the cultivation of a Tai true immortal. If he could take some powder from it, it would be comparable to any elixir. This thing is enough to lure him into a trap, Xing Yue said with a sigh. It's not enough. Since we want to lure him here, we naturally need more bargaining chips. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Then he took out 2 more spiritual treasures, both of which were extremely valuable treasures that only emperors had the opportunity to obtain. Everyone was extremely envious of Ning Qi's wealth, and they were extremely shocked by his wealth. How many more spiritual treasures did he have in store for him to take them out so easily? Too little? Thinking of this, Xing Taichu and the others' impression of Ning Qi changed again. This was not only a heaven's pride, but also a heaven's pride that was countless times more profound than those old monsters who had grown up for a long time. His wealth alone could completely crush the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Next, Xing Yue took out her All Heavens talisman, took a picture of these spiritual items, and directly uploaded it to the All Heavens black market. Xing Yue did not introduce the effects of the spiritual items. At first, very few people asked about the post, but after about an hour or so, there were immediately more than a dozen requests to buy it. At the same time, these people sent friend requests to Xing Yue. Brother Ning, many people want to buy it. Do you think that guy is among these people? Xing Yue stood next to Ning Qi. From this angle, Ning Qi could clearly see the names of those who sent friend requests. Suddenly, Ning Qi's eyes moved and a name suddenly fell into his field of vision. Tianshu. Wasn't this the username of his master in the All Heavens forum that Luo Hongwa had mentioned? Thinking of this, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth slightly curled up. Accept this person's friend request and offer a price that he can't afford. Xing Yue was stunned. She subconsciously glanced at the person named Tianshu and thought to herself, could this person be the bandit who has been secretly robbing the various chambers of commerce? Chapter 3053. As soon as Xing Taichu finished speaking, Xing Taiyin and the other higher-ups of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce also stepped forward to take a look. After discovering the name Tianshu, they all shook their heads. Xing Taichu smiled. The All Heavens Network was created by him and his disciple. When the All Heavens Talisman first appeared, there were very few users. The first batch of users were the giants of the immortal world. Our 4 merchant unions were also the first batch of users. The All Heavens Talisman was personally delivered by him. Third brother is right. This fellow Taoist Ning. What basis do you have to guess that it was him? Xing Taiyin carefully glanced at Ning Qi. Originally, with his cultivation, he would at least address Ning Qi as senior. However, Ning Qi and Xing Yue were of the same generation. If he called him senior, he would lose a lot of face. He could only brace himself and call him fellow Taoist. Whether it's him or not, we'll know later. Ning Qi said lightly. Everyone's expression became even weirder. However, in the eyes of this group of businessmen, the 3 heaven and earth spiritual items that Ning Qi had casually taken out were more convincing than his ranking on the Tai True Immortal leaderboard. Hence, they could only agree to let Xing Yue test the heavenly book. After Xing Yue accepted the friend request, the heavenly book sent a short message. Tianshu asked, are those 3 spiritual items the dark spiritual tree root, the divine origin fruit, and the emperor beast bone? That year's apricot blossom drizzle. Yes. Tianshu asked, how many heavenly coins are you planning to sell it for? Is it possible to trade with other items? Xingyue glanced at Ningqi and saw him nod slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then named a sky-high price. That year's apricot blossom drizzle. 5 level, 7 planets with above-average resources, 300 million heavenly coins, 20 level, 9 pills, and 1 top-grade Dao artifact. The other party was silent for a while. Tian Shu said, "Isn't this price too much?" That year's apricot blossom drizzle. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. These 3 spiritual items can increase one's chances of advancing to the immortal monarch realm. Even if one fails to advance, the increase in one's cultivation base is still terrifying. In all these years, there hasn't been a single Emperor-level immortal beast appearing, so there's no need to talk about Emperor-level beast bones. These are all passed down from ancient times. The Emperor-level immortal beasts of that time must have been extremely powerful. Not to mention the fact that the divine origin fruit had not appeared in the market for at least one ancient era. Furthermore, it was a 3 ancient era divine origin fruit, which had an extremely strong effect on the soul. The effect of the dark spirit tree root. I don't need to say anything more, right? If I were peak Tai true celestial, I would never sell these things. Tian Shu replied, "Hee, if that's the case, I'll buy it. Please prepare the items." Everyone was paying attention to the conversation between the 2 parties. Upon hearing Tian Shu's words, Xing Taichu was slightly shocked. With a solemn expression, he said, "Fellow Tian Shu can't possibly take out so many resources at once. Could it really be him who robbed the various chambers of commerce during this period of time? How did he do it?" Xing Taiyin was shocked. In the next moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the hall. "Nether spirit tree root, divine origin fruit, and emperor beast bone, are they ready? I've personally come to trade." "Who? Fellow Tianshu?" Everyone abruptly looked in a certain direction and saw that a figure had appeared out of nowhere. When Xing Taichu saw the other party's appearance, he could not conceal the shock in his eyes. It was an emaciated old man with a slightly hunched back and his hands behind his back. His emaciated face was covered in wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife. Although he was just standing there, his body emitted an aura similar to Ningqi's. Perfected Tai true immortal. After sensing the old man's cultivation level, Xing Taichu was even more shocked. As far as he knew, the old man's cultivation level was only at the middle stage Tai true immortal. It had only been a few thousand years since they last met. How could he have reached the perfected Tai true immortal? "So it's you, fellow Xing. I was wondering who else other than the 4 major chambers of commerce would be able to take out good items like the nether spirit tree root, divine origin fruit, and emperor beast bone. It seems like you're planning to use these 3 items to make up for your previous losses," the old man said with a faint smile. Then, his gaze fell on the slightly shocked Xingyue. "You must be the one who was talking to me just now. Do you have the items with you? Take them out." In fact, Xing Taichu and the others had already begun to believe Ningqi's words. The main reason was that the old man's appearance was too mysterious. He had been bargaining with the All-Heaven Talisman just now, and now he had appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. What kind of trick was this? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became somewhat tense. Xingyue looked at the old man calmly. "Senior, we'll exchange the items at the same time. Don't worry, I have the money. Fellow Xing knows who I am. Don't tell me you don't trust me?" The old man said with a smile. "I didn't expect fellow Tian Shu's cultivation level to have improved by leaps and bounds over the years. You've surpassed us and reached the perfected Tai true immortal. Even your first senior brother's cultivation level is almost the same as yours now," Xing Taichu exclaimed. After a pause, he continued, "However, we, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, have a rule. Fellow Tian Shu, please take out the items we want. There's no hurry for the planet. 300 million all-heaven coins and the 20 tier 9 elixirs. I didn't expect fellow Xing to not trust me." In that case, the old man's lips curled up. In the next instant, his robe fluttered and a surging great way energy swept out of his body and suppressed Xingyue. Then I'll rob it. Damn it, it's really him. Fellow Tian Shu, I didn't expect you to be the culprit behind the robberies of the Chambers of Commerce. If the White Emperor Immortal Lord finds out, you'll definitely be punished. Master is in the Heavenly Dao clan. It's impossible for him to come out in a short period of time. By the time he comes out, I'm afraid that the world will already belong to the demon race. As for me, I'll already be the new demon lord. Ha ha ha. As the old man spoke, his aura underwent a drastic change. In an instant, his body grew several meters taller. From a skinny old man, he had transformed into a small, muscular giant. A monstrous, demonic flame was emitted from his body. At the same time, Xingyue stood rooted to the ground and was unable to react. Her body was being suppressed by a terrifying aura. Demon Tribe? Chapter 3054. Ning Qi didn't stop after the palm strike. His body shot forward like a cannonball. Before the old man could land on the ground, Ning Qi hit him in the chest several times. Ning Qi opened the 9 inner hidden gates and didn't hold back at all. Even an early-stage demon lord would be severely injured, let alone a perfected Tai, perfected immortal. Who the hell are you? The old man let out a roar of indignation. I greet you on behalf of Luo Hongua. Ning Qi's lips curled up. Bang! Before the old man died, there was a hint of horror in his eyes, as well as a hint of regret and indignation. Ning Qi's last punch had destroyed his physical body, leaving nothing behind. Ding! An interspatial ring and an all-heaven talisman fell to the ground. Just like Ning Qi's, the all-heaven talisman was modified from an immortal lord token. Ning Qi put them away with a thought. Xing Taichu and the others stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. The old man was a perfected Tai, perfected immortal. For some reason, he had been demonized and turned into a demon. However, Ning Qi had killed him in a few moves. That was too terrifying. Was it possible? No wonder he ranked first on the Tai, perfected immortal leaderboard. I wonder how much weaker he is compared to an immortal lord? Everyone was astonished. Ning Qi picked up the interspatial ring left behind by the old man and scanned it with his divine will. There were a lot of cultivation resources stored inside, which were equivalent to all the belongings of an immortal lord. Ning Qi was not interested in them, and he had other uses for them. Miss Xing, take a look at this interspatial ring. Is there any looted goods from your Taichu Chamber of Commerce? Ning Qi handed the interspatial ring to Xingyue. Xingyue subconsciously took it and scanned it with her divine will. Then she nodded in shock and said, There are indeed the cultivation resources that our Taichu Chamber of Commerce has lost. What? Let me see. Xing Taiyin quickly walked over and also scanned the area with his divine will. Then he nodded to Xing Taichu. When the higher-ups of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce saw this, their eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. I didn't expect that fellow Tian Shu, as the second disciple of immortal monarch by D, would surrender to the Devil Clan and rob us old friends. It's really unexpected. Xing Taichu let out a sigh. However, he still did not know what method the old man had used to lock onto them. How could he suddenly appear here? Third brother, that's very normal. Even someone like the immeasurable immortal lord has joined the demons. I'm afraid there's more than one primordial immortal in the immortal world who has joined the demons. Be careful when you meet old friends in the future. Xing Tai's vagina. Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. So this wasn't done by our ancient immortal clan? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Absolutely not. I ask fellow Taoist Ning to not blame us. We had a misunderstanding before. Xing Taichu hurriedly cupped his hands. With Ning Qi's strength, even if it was done by the ancient immortal clan, he could still point the finger at them without batting an eyelid. After all, it was more important to stay alive. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with the ancient immortal clan. It was thanks to Ning Qi that they were able to kill the culprit. Otherwise, even their backer, dragon riding immortal lord, might not have been able to do so. To be able to lure the old man out, the main contribution this time was the 3 spiritual items. I will give this interspatial ring to Miss Xing. The cultivation resources inside can be sold at a discount to those immortals who are resisting the Devil Clan at the border. It can be considered as a small contribution to the immortal world. Ning Qi said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they were quite shocked. They had thought that Ning Qi would take these things away himself. After all, even if there were their goods inside, they had been robbed. Ning Qi was the one who had killed the old man, so the spoils of war should belong to him. However, after thinking about it, everyone understood that Ning Qi could easily take out a 3-year-old nether spirit tree root. Why would he care about these miscellaneous things? Thinking of this, Xing Taichu's eyes flashed with joy. The resources in the interspatial ring were not only the looted goods of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, but also the goods of other chambers of commerce. Even if they were sold at half the price, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would still make a lot of money. Brother Ning, how could I? Xing Yue said with a wry smile. Miss Xing, you don't have to be so polite. Thank you for your hospitality on Cerulean Planet. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. The next moment, his figure abruptly disappeared. Xing Taichu was startled and then said with a serious expression, We are both primordial unity immortals, but I don't even know how he left. I'm afraid the difference in strength between us is huge. Third brother, you don't have to be like this. Even a perfected primordial unity true immortal could be killed by him with a few punches. A monster like him can no longer be measured by common sense. After this incident, we can consider ourselves to be friends with him. If we manage him well in the future, it won't take long before he becomes an immortal lord. We can then rely on him to become another great backer for our Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Xing Taiyin exclaimed. Even so, the Langyu Immortal Emperor personally issued an order saying that he is a remnant of the ancient immortal clan. His current identity has yet to be cleared, Xing Taichu said in a deep voice. Third brother, why can't you see through it? The Langyu Immortal Emperor is only a puppet. The Heavenly Dao clan has so many martial monarchs. Did any of them show up when the demonic sky mystic realm was occupied? Did the Langyu Immortal Emperor show up when our chambers of commerce were robbed? I think they are just jackals of the same feather. If this continues, it won't take long for the demon race to launch an all-out attack. The immortal world will be in chaos. Instead of relying on the Langya Immortal Emperor, it's better to rely on someone like Ning Beixian. Xing Taiyin said slowly. Taichu, you really don't see things as clearly as your brother. A voice came from outside the hall. Xing Taichu's expression suddenly changed. He looked out of the door in surprise and brought his fists together. Greetings, Dragon Riding Immortal Lord. Dragon Riding Immortal Lord? The true backer of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? Xing Yue and the others immediately bowed respectfully. Xing Yue even glanced at the entrance of the hall with the corner of his eyes, trying to see the true appearance of Dragon Riding Immortal Lord. It was an ordinary-looking young man. If he were to walk on the street, no one would be able to tell that he was an immortal lord. The only special thing about him was that there was a dragon lying on his shoulder. It was a real dragon. Chapter 3055. Xing Taichu and the others were stunned. Was Dragon Riding Immortal Lord also on the ancient immortal clan's side? It's a pity I'm too late. I didn't get to see Ning Beixian make his move. I really want to see how strong that kid is. Dragon Riding Immortal Lord sighed after entering the hall. Xing Taichu quickly stepped forward and said, Dragon Riding Immortal Lord, what do you mean by that? You still don't understand. Dragon Riding Immortal Lord glanced at Xing Taichu calmly. I came from the central planet. Not long ago, I went to see Langya Immortal Lord with Trichi Immortal Lord, Hanyang Immortal Lord, Water Immortal Lord. Sky River Immortal Lord and Kuan Pung Immortal Lord. Do you know what Langya Immortal Emperor said when he swept out the devil race? What did he say? Everyone was curious. At the same time, they were shocked to see so many Immortal Lords working together to see Langya Immortal Lord. It was extremely rare to see so many Immortal Lords gathered in one place. What bullshit! We didn't even get to see him. He said, he's in seclusion. Haha. Dragon riding Immortal Lord's expression changed drastically. He coughed out a mouthful of phlegm and spat at his feet. The dragon on his shoulder slowly raised its head and glanced at him. Its eyes seemed to flash with a hint of displeasure, but it soon lay down and closed its eyes. The dragon race loved to sleep the most. What? We didn't even get to see him? Everyone was shocked. Their expressions turned extremely unpleasant. The huge devil sky immortal realm was occupied by the demons. Before the heavenly Dao clan appeared, Langya Immortal Emperor, the strongest person in the immortal world, was in seclusion. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was avoiding a battle. But what good would that do Langya Immortal Emperor? Was it just because he was afraid of death? The crowd was confused. He's shocked, right? You don't believe me? I don't believe it either. I think we should look to the ancient immortal clan for this invasion. You saw the battle on the central planet last time. King Qingguang of the ancient immortal clan has appeared. There's also a senior called Fan Wujiu, whose cultivation has reached the 3rd step. He's much stronger than the Langya Immortal Emperor. If they make a move, the invasion of the immortal world won't be so simple. Since Ning Beixian is the descendant of the ancient immortal clan, you should build a good relationship with him. The other immortal lords and I have brought all our belongings. If the situation doesn't look good, and the Langya Immortal Emperor and the ancient immortal clan don't plan on taking action, then we'll fight to the death. Dragon riding immortal monarch sneered. But it's rumored that the ancient immortal clan colluded with the devil clan and led the devil clan into the pass. Are we really going to place our hopes on the ancient immortal clan? A trace of hesitation flashed through Xing Taichu's eyes. I don't know the specifics of what happened in the ancient times, but I only believe in myself. Langya Immortal Emperor represented the heavenly Dao clan. Are you sure about this? Dragon riding immortal monarch said calmly. Everyone nodded. They already knew that. The heavenly Dao clan and Langya Immortal Emperor are in seclusion. The devil clan has clearly taken over the demonic sky immortal realm. So why don't they dare to come out? On the other hand, if the ancient immortal clan really colluded with the devil clan, the ancient heavenly court would have fallen a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? Think about it carefully. I'm going to the border. Dragon riding immortal monarch smiled, then turned and left. Xing Taichu and the others suddenly felt that dragon riding immortal monarch's words made sense. Had they really misunderstood the ancient immortal clan all these years? Ancient heavenly court immortal realm. At the border, a large-scale battle was taking place here, but the immortals clearly had a slight advantage. The devil clan was routed and fled. Every time a battle like this ended, the immortals could live in peace for a period of time. The devil clan would reorganize for a while before making a comeback. Just as the immortals were heaving sighs of relief, a red cloud suddenly flew over from the horizon. The immortals who were slightly closer to the red cloud did not have time to react and were sucked into it. They let out miserable cries. The strongest Grand Unity immortals among the immortals were in disbelief when they saw the red cloud. Red cloud, is that the Bloodpool Demon Monarch? The leader of the 9 great demon monarchs of the demonic sky immortal realm, the Bloodpool Demon Monarch? They lost their voices in shock. They did not know that the soulless demon monarch had been stripped of his position as a demon monarch, and his cultivation was only at the Grand Unity, true demon realm. Therefore, there were only 8 demon monarchs in the demonic sky immortal realm. However, they could only encounter demon monarchs deep in the demonic sky immortal realm. Why would they suddenly come to the border? Was the Devil clan planning to launch an all-out attack? Run! The Grand Unity Immortals yelled. Then they grabbed a group of Immortals closest to them and fled. However, they were shrouded by a shadow in the next moment. The red cloud appeared above them in the blink of an eye. The Grand Unity True Immortals did not even have time to react before they were sucked into the red cloud. At the same time, thousands of Immortals whose cultivation bases ranged from Golden Immortals to Abstruse Immortals were also sucked into the red cloud. In the end, they did not spit anything out. Only a few Immortals managed to escape. They stood in the distance and looked at the red cloud in fear, not daring to make any other moves. The devils, who had been scattered, flew over one after another and respectfully saluted Hongyun. "Greetings, Bloodpool Demon Monarch." A voice came from the red cloud. It sounded like a man or a woman, and it sounded demonic. 3 years. I'll give you 3 years to retreat from the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Realm. 3 years later, the Hanbei Demon Emperor will personally lead us to launch an all-out attack on the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Realm. This is your only chance to survive, ha 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 ha. After laughing, Hong Yin led the group of demons and swept towards the Devil Sky Immortal Domain. In an instant, they disappeared from the sight of the surviving immortals. In just a few breaths' time, several figures arrived one after another. The first to arrive was Dragon-Riding Immortal Master, who was riding a giant dragon. He was followed by Immortal Master 3-Chi, who was carrying a large gourd on his back. He was followed by Immortal Master Water with a cold expression. Dragon riding, the aura just now was probably left behind by the strongest demon monarch in the demonic sky immortal realm, Bloodpool Demon Monarch. Immortal Master 3-Chi's nose was red as if he had drunk too much. He said to Dragon riding Immortal Master after sensing the aura left behind by the Bloodpool Demon Monarch with a solemn expression. Immortal Master Water did not speak and looked at the immortals who were scared out of their wits. "Come here." Dragon riding Immortal Master waved at the immortals. When they arrived in front of the 3 immortal monarchs and repeated the Bloodpool Demon Monarch's words, the 3 immortal monarchs' expressions suddenly changed. 3 years? Launching an all-out attack on the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Realm in 3 years? Why did he warn us first? A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of Li Shui, Immortal Lord. No matter what, we have to spread this news. Go to the All Heavens Forum and make a post. I'll make a trip to the central planet. Dragon riding Immortal Master said with a solemn expression. He thought that there were still many years to turn the situation around. He did not expect the other party to warn them first and give them a deadline of 3 years. 3 years. Chapter 3056. Xianjian Sect. Missing Moon Peak. Sect Master Hall. Luo Hongua had been nervously waiting for Ning Qi to return the entire time. The moment Ning Qi appeared, he immediately stood up and asked with some anticipation, "Brother Ning, how is it?" "It is indeed your master." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. What happened in the end? Luo Hongua was extremely nervous. He has already joined the demon race and was killed by me. Ning Qi smiled. Join the demon race? I never thought that he would be so foolish as to choose to join the demon race. With that all-heaven talisman, why would I be afraid of not having any cultivation resources? Luo Hongua was silent for a moment, then laughed bitterly. I'm afraid there's another reason for this. Ning Qi laughed. Then Luo Hongua bashfully glanced at Ning Qi's hand. Stop looking. I won't give you the all-heaven talisman. A man's wealth is his own ruin. You've already learned this principle during your 9 years of compulsory education. Ning Qi laughed. Sigh. Luo Hongua sighed in his heart. Actually, he was already prepared for this, but he was still hoping that a miracle would happen. For example, Ning Qi would return the all-heaven talisman to him because he was from the same hometown. With your strength, even if you have that all-heaven talisman, the cultivation resources that you can obtain in a short period of time will not be high. There are many top-notch resources in this universe ring, enough for you to cultivate all the way to the immortal monarch realm. At that time, I might give you that all-heaven talisman." Ningqi laughed and casually threw out a universe ring. Luo Hongwa immediately extended his hand to receive it. After scanning it with his consciousness, his face immediately flushed red with excitement. "Thank you, Brother Ning." With these cultivation resources, he felt that it was enough to make up for his losses over the years. Furthermore, his master was already dead, so he no longer needed to hide his tracks, afraid that his whereabouts would be discovered. Ning Qi had been paying attention to Luo Hongwa. When Luo Hongwa heard that the heavenly talisman wouldn't be returned to him, there was only disappointment in his eyes. Ning Qi couldn't help but nod in his heart. He would spend some more time to observe Luo Hongwa. After all, Ningqi knew that there would be a day when he would head to the Shenluo world. Luo Hongwa took the universe ring and went to cultivate. Ningqi went to check on Fang Lingming and Li Exan. The two girls were still in seclusion. Seeing this, Ningqi moved and arrived at the top cultivation training ground. Last time, after deducing the second heaven of the four spirits' sacred skill, his cultivation had reached the peak Tai genuine immortal realm. However, it seemed like it was still not enough. Since the system had not released the advancement task yet, Ningqi took out the 3-year-old nether spirit tree root that he had used as bait. It was as if he was eating sugar cane without spitting out the residue. He ate it mouthful by mouthful. Boom! Surging energy swept through Ningqi's 8 extraordinary meridians like a tidal wave. At the same time, the confining dragon elephant art, 4 spirit saint art, and 8-9 arcane art were all activated. Time passed day by day. 50 years later, Ningqi finally finished absorbing the terrifying power of the soul of Yin tree root. Ningqi was the only one who could swallow it directly. If it was any other Tai genuine celestial in the peak realm, they would have to swallow it more than 10 times before they could finish it. Otherwise, their bodies would not be able to take it and they would collapse easily. Pop! There seemed to be a soft sound coming from his body. His 8-9 arcane art suddenly sped up. Then Ningqi's physical body expanded several times, and he turned into a giant ape. Previously, when the demonic aura of the demon ancestor's heart occupied Ningqi's physical body, Ningqi's giant ape appearance was very terrifying. There were bones on his back. But now, Ningqi's appearance was much more terrifying than before. Not only were his fangs protruding from his mouth, but the muscles on his body were also more than 10 times stronger than before. Every beat of his heart could cause the earth to shake and resonate with it. 9 inner hidden gates. Open, open, open. A low roar came from Ningqi's throat. The aura on his body continued to surge, surge, and surge again. After opening the 9 inner hidden gates, Ningqi stood in the world. His aura was already much stronger than that of the soulless demon monarch of the past. If he were to fight with the soulless demon monarch in his current state, he wouldn't need to expend much strength. A single fist would be enough. The third stage of the 8-9 arcane art. After the transformation, it actually increased my physical strength by so much. My current strength is at least enough to crush an ordinary early stage Celestial Lord. I wonder how far away I am from the middle stage Celestial Lord. Ningqi felt the surging power in his body and suddenly felt a sense of pride. The amount of time he had spent since the beginning of his cultivation was very short in the celestial world. Even though he had yet to break through to the celestial duke realm, his strength was not the weakest among the celestial dukes. Originally, the Motion Extinguishing Sword Art's 3rd sword was his trump card, and the Celestial Execution sword formation was also his trump card. But now, Ningqi's strength had surpassed both of these trump cards. Ningqi did not feel the slightest bit of pity, because only when one was strong could one be truly strong. All external forces could only play a supporting role. However, If I can master the fourth sword of the emotion extinguishing sword art and improve the celestial execution sword formation, I will be truly invincible among the celestial lords. Oh, the advancement mission should have been issued. With a thought, Ning Chi checked his attributes panel. In the details of the mission panel, he saw the advancement mission that the system had issued to him. One man holds the pass against 10,000 enemies. Host, please go to the border of the ancient heavenly court and guard it for 10 years. During this period, the demon monarch is not allowed to step into the ancient heavenly court. Otherwise, the mission will fail. Guard the border for 10 years? The demon monarch is not allowed to step into the ancient heavenly court? Ning Chi's expression changed slightly. This mission could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. Both sides had maintained a tacit understanding for more than 500 years. During these years, the demon monarch had never stepped into the ancient heavenly court. Therefore, 10 years was not considered too long. However, would the system issue such a simple mission? Just as this thought flashed through Ning Chi's mind, among the countless messages sent to him by the All-Heaven Talisman using the Truth Listening spell, a few very important posts popped up. After reading these posts, Ning Chi left the top cultivation training ground with a solemn expression. This mission is not simple. The time limit is 3 years. In another 3 years, the demon race will launch a large-scale invasion. At that time, that Hanbei demon emperor will definitely take action. If King Qingguang and the rest do not help, even if I am present, it will be difficult to guard the border for 10 years. Chapter 3057. Senior Brother Ning. When the disciples passing by the courtyard saw Ning Chi, they cupped their hands and saluted him. There was a trace of excitement and curiosity in their eyes. When Ning Chi had brought them to the missing moon peak, they had been very young. In fact, they didn't know much about anything. It was only later that they realized how miserable their fate would have been if Ning Chi hadn't helped them. But after that, Ning Chi was basically not in the moonless peak, so they didn't have many opportunities to interact with him. They were still very grateful and curious about Ning Chi. Ning Chi nodded, then gently raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard door. Is Senior here? Come in. The courtyard door creaked open slowly. Ning Chi walked into the courtyard and found that the green-robed old man was actually farming. He was even planting rice that ordinary people ate. The huge courtyard had almost been turned into a fertile field by him. Senior, you really are in a good mood. Ning Chi smiled. The green-robed elder slowly stood up and smiled at Ning Chi. Tell me, what do you want from me? In less than 3 years, the demon tribe of the magical sky immortal realm will launch an all-out attack on the ancient heavenly court immortal realm. I wonder if Senior has any way to stop the calamity? The Devil Sky immortal domain was occupied by the devil race, and countless immortals and mortals had died. If the ancient heavenly court immortal domain was breached, the number of immortals and mortals who died would be innumerable. How many? Ning Chi cupped his hands. Do you know the heaven-destroying Devil Lord? The green-robed elder said lightly. A little. Ning Chi nodded. This devil is one of the few hegemons of the devil race that survived the great war between immortals and devils. This time, the Heavenly Tao clan must have played a huge role in reopening the passageway to the Devil Heaven immortal domain. They want the ancient immortal clans to step forward, just like they did in the past. Killing each other will exhaust the strength of both sides. In the end, the Heavenly Tao clan will step in to save the immortal world and become the savior of the world. We ancient immortals will become traitors of the immortal world and be despised by all immortals. The green-robed elder smiled. Senior, what do you mean? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. He sensed something unusual from the green-robed old man's words. I won't let the ancient immortals make the same mistake again, Jiang Tianshu said. The ancient immortals will ignore the invasion of the world of immortals. As for the safety of the world of immortals, you don't need to worry about it. When the world of immortals is about to fall, they won't be able to breach the ancestral planet. In fact, they might not even be able to reach it. That way, I can free up my hands to clean up this group of devils again. The green-robed elder smiled faintly. If that's the case, how many people will die in this calamity? Ning Qi frowned slightly. What does it have to do with me? My old friends are either suppressed or dead. Back then, the ancient immortal clan went from being in the light to hiding in the void, waiting for the right time to rise up and defeat the Heavenly Dao clan in one fell swoop. However, the most important person among them still hasn't returned, so the ancient immortal clan, the human race, won't move. So what if countless immortals and mortals die? The green-robed old man's expression turned cold. Even if I make a move, it's impossible for me to be a match for the heaven-destroying demon lord. Instead of throwing my life away, it's better to stay safe. Ning Qi sighed softly in his heart. From the green-robed old man's perspective, his decision was not wrong. It was to preserve the strength of the ancient immortal clan. Moreover, the invasion of the celestial world was an overt plot by the Heavenly Dao clan. They were betting that the ancient immortal clan would come out and turn the tide. This way, many of their arrangements would be discovered one by one. Those ancient immortals who might have escaped long ago but were still hiding would become the targets of the Heavenly Dao clan. As for the timing that the green-robed old man mentioned, it probably had a lot to do with the god Lua world. If no one could restrain Jiang Tianshu, even if the ancient immortal clan crushed the Heavenly Dao clan, no one from the ancient immortal clan would be able to stop them. This way, Ning Qi could understand why the green-robed old man's attitude towards the invasion of the celestial world was so cold. Senior, this junior will take his leave first. Ning Qi cupped his hands and turned to leave. You want to participate? The green-robed old man's voice came from behind Ning Qi. I have to try. Ning Qi's footsteps paused. Don't you want to wait? When King Qin Guang reactivates the 6 paths of reincarnation, even if you die, you will be reincarnating under the eyes of your own people. The green-robed old man said calmly, Time doesn't wait for me. Ning Qi shook his head. He also wanted to wait. But even if the system didn't give him this advancement mission, Ning Qi couldn't wait any longer given the situation in the ancient heavenly court. When the demonic sky immortal domain was invaded, Ning Qi was in a deep sleep, but now he was awake. How could he watch as the countless immortals and mortals in the ancient heavenly court were invaded by the demon race? Fine, take this jade strip. The green-robed old man waved his hand, and a green light entered Ning Qi's divine sense. In the next instant, a gust of wind blew, and Ning Qi found himself outside the courtyard. He scanned his divine sense and found a jade strip floating in his divine sense. It looked ordinary, but Ning Qi didn't underestimate its use. The green-robed old man's cultivation was unfathomable. The jade strip he gave him might save his life at the crucial moment. Thank you, Senior. Ning Qi bowed respectfully. He then went to the Peak Lord Hall and found Fong Qin and Fong Shu. If they come out of seclusion, tell them to wait for me in the ancestral star, got it? Ning Qi said calmly. Fong Qin and Fong Shu exchanged glances. Fong Qin was the bolder one and asked suspiciously, Master, you're going out again? Yes, to the border. Ning Qi nodded. Fong Qin immediately knew where Ning Qi was going when she heard the word border. In the immortal world, the border only represented one place. This, Fong Qin was thinking if she should persuade him, but Ning Qi's figure had already disappeared. Sigh, Master is really good at running. Fong Qin sighed. The main peak. Ying Zizai had been very happy during this period of time. Mo Qian's spirit had also recovered greatly. Being able to live with her husband and daughter was like a beautiful dream that she never wanted to wake up from. Mo Ning was wearing the clothes of a servant. She stood in a corner of the courtyard and seemed to be in a daze. Her eyes occasionally flashed with a hint of confusion. She was the 3rd ancestor of the Mo clan and a mid-stage Tai true immortal. How did she become a servant? A face appeared in Mo Qian's mind, and she couldn't help but tremble. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky. Mo Qian was shocked when she saw him. Why did he come just when she thought of him? Bei Xian is here. Chapter 3058. What? To the border? Ing Zizai was slightly stunned. Then a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes as he looked at Mo Qian. Ning Qi comforted him with a smile. The gist of it was that the border was dangerous and golden immortals would only be courting death if they went there. So he told Ing Zizai to accompany Mo Qian to live and cultivate in the homeworld. That's the only way. Ing Zizai nodded with a bitter smile. He naturally knew that Ning Qi's words were not without reason. With his cultivation, even if he went to the border, he would not be able to do anything. He could only be a small soldier. Bei Xian, bring Mo Ning with you. She is a middle-stage primordial unity true immortal. Ing Zizai suddenly changed the topic. When Mo Ning, who was standing in the corner, heard this, her face turned extremely ugly. She was not the kind of immortal who would go to the border. Otherwise she would have gone back then. That place was a place where they had to fight against the demon race all year round, and they had to be wary of the Demon King's invasion at all times. Even grand immortals could easily lose their lives there. That's what I was thinking. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Not long after, he brought Mo Ning away from the main peak. Originally, he wanted to put her into the good fortune domain and directly head to the border. However, Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat and he once again returned to the Missing Moon Peaks sect leader hall. Mo Ning didn't know what Ning Qi was planning to do. She followed behind him with a complicated look in her eyes. There was a trace of worry hidden deep in her eyes. The next moment, she saw a figure suddenly appear in front of Ning Qi. When Mo Ning saw this figure, she suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The master of the Peach Blossom Sacred Land, Kong Xian? Why is she here? Mo Ning was shocked. Kong Xian was a primordial immortal who had been famous for many years. When Mo Ning was just a profound immortal, she had already reached the peak of the primordial immortal realm. She was even stronger than Mo Jinshan. However, she had been living in seclusion on the Peach Spring Star of the Devil Sky immortal domain all year round. Therefore, her reputation in the immortal world was not as good as some of the primordial immortals who often appeared. However, recently, Kong Xian had reappeared in everyone's line of sight. That was because Kong Xian had previously posted a post on the All Heavens forum asking for help, saying that a demon king had discovered the Peach Blossom Star. However, the post had been cut off, and Kong Xian had never replied to it again. She had already died at the hands of the Demon Lord. Therefore, when Mo Ning saw Kong Xian here, she was extremely shocked. Fellow Taoist Kong Xian. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Kong Xian was a little surprised as she looked around. Is this the ancestral star? That's right. This is the Mystic Sword sect of the Ancestral Star. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. I've planned to head to the border, so I naturally can't bring so many mortals with me. I'll settle them down in the homeworld so that fellow Taoist Kong Xian and your disciples can cultivate in peace. What do you think? Border. Kong Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and she glanced at Mo Ning. Mo Ning recognized her, but she didn't recognize Mo Ning. She didn't care about a middle-stage Tai, true immortal. Instead, she smiled at Ning Qi and said, Fellow Taoist Ning, if you hadn't killed the soul-bereaved demon monarch, the billions of creatures on the Peach Blossom planet would have died long ago. My desire to live in seclusion has already faded. Since the invasion of the demon race is the responsibility of the entire world, I will also do my part. Fellow Taoist Kong Xian wants to follow me to the border? Ning Qi was surprised. Of course. Does fellow Taoist Ning look down on me? Kong Xian's lips curled up slightly. Even though my methods are incomparable to fellow Taoist Ning's, I'm still a perfected Tai true immortal. Killed the soul-bereaved demon monarch Mo Ning could no longer conceal the shock in her eyes. If what Kang Xian said was true, didn't that mean Ning Qi had already killed a demon monarch? But he's just a Tai true immortal. How could a Tai true immortal kill a demon monarch? Ever since I started cultivating, I've never heard of such a monstrous talent, even among my ancestors. Mo Ning stared at Ning Qi blankly. Fellow Taoist Kang Xian, you've misunderstood. Since fellow Taoist Kang Xian is willing to follow me to the border, I'll naturally welcome you with open arms. However, what about your disciples? Ning Qi smiled. We'll bring all the profound immortals and above to the border, while the rest will cultivate in the ancestral star. Fellow Taoist Ning, is it possible for your mystic sword sect to have a peek? Kang Xian smiled. That's simple. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Next, he released all the mortals in the creation domain. These mortals were the living beings of the Peach Blossom Planet. They were not used to it when they first came to the ancestral star, but Ning Qi called for the help of tens of thousands of mystic sword sect disciples, allowing these mortals to integrate into the mortal world of the ancestral star. After that, Kang Xian's disciples were also arranged to stay on a peak with medium spiritual energy. When the higher-ups of the mystic sword sect found out that these people were cultivators of the Peach Blossom Sacred Land, they naturally welcomed them. Because the Peach Blossom Sacred Land was a secluded sect, it had a good reputation, and very few of its disciples were outside. After making enemies, they kept a low profile, not to mention that this would indirectly increase the strength of the mystic sword sect. Furthermore, they knew that the master of the Peach Blossom Sacred Land, Kang Xian, who was a perfected Tai true immortal, would be heading to the border with Ning Qi. At the same time, he also brought 7 or 8 profound immortal disciples with him. The higher-ups of the mystic sword sect felt a sense of common hatred towards the cultivators of the Peach Blossom Sacred Land. Kill. This was a collision between immortal energy and devil energy. At this moment, hundreds of immortals were fighting with hundreds of Demon Clan in a remote star domain. The number of Demon Clan S was usually fewer than the immortals, but the demonic energy on the Demon Clan S was extremely difficult to deal with. If one was accidentally tainted by it, they would definitely be demonized into a demonic creature without any intelligence. Therefore, every immortal was very careful to avoid dying because of this. Therefore, although there was a difference in numbers between the two sides, it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose. Amongst this group of immortals, there was a figure that was the most eye-catching. He was riding a huge dragon, wantonly charging and killing in the midst of the Demon Clan. Many Demon Clan S had already died in his hands, causing many Demon Clan S to join hands to surround and attack this person, preparing to kill him first. "Brother Ji, I'll help you." Duan Ingjun roared and flew to the side of the cultivator riding the dragon like lightning, helping him defend against the surrounding Demon Clan. With Duan Ingjun's help, Jishan immediately felt much more relaxed. A cold glint flashed past his eyes, and together with Duan Ingjun, he fought against the surrounding Demon Clan. The Ji family's main bloodline of the central planet didn't choose to come to the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal domain this time. Instead, the main bloodline's family head issued a ban. He forbade the disciples of the Ji family from participating in this war. But many disciples still snuck towards the border, and Jishan was one of them. In these past few years, his cultivation had advanced to the perfection stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and he was only half a step away from breaking through into the mysterious Immortal Realm. In the distance, Fenglin Xianguang watched enviously as Jishan and Duan Ingjun teamed up to kill the demons that were comparable to Grand Luo. Just when everyone thought that they had already won the battle, a terrifying aura swept over from afar. Chapter 3059. As soon as the mystical demon appeared, the demons in the surroundings began to seethe with fighting spirit. Even though the mystical demon only stood coldly in the void and did not make a move, the immortals led by Duan Ingjun and Jishan immediately felt extremely strained. "Am I going to die today?" Divine Phoenix Qilin stimulated the dragon clan's bloodline in his body and punched back several celestial demons around him. However, it was useless. As long as that mystical demon was present, it was impossible for them to win. Fenglin Xianguang was a member of the royal family of the Fenglin province. Before Ning Qi appeared, he was quite famous among the prodigies of the ancestral star. Unfortunately, Ning Qi had overshadowed all the prodigies of the ancestral star. As Ning Qi's cultivation continued to rise, some of the prodigies secretly wanted to compete with him. The geniuses had long since lost that thought because the gap between them was too great. Since then, Fenglin Xianguang had been cultivating ceaselessly, finally breaking through the shackles and ascending as a heavenly immortal. Since Jishan had come to the homeworld before, he followed him to the border this time, prepared to temper himself between life and death, hoping that he could ascend again one day. Today was his first battle since arriving at the border. This might very well be his last battle. In that case, let's burn. Fenglin Xianguang's eyes revealed a trace of indifference. He let out a long laugh. The dragon bloodline in his body continued to burn. In a short period of time, it provided him with several times more strength than before. However, when the bloodline was burned out, Fenglin Xianguang would lose his bloodline and become an ordinary dragon. Immortals. Boom! An early-stage heavenly demon devil was blown up by Fenglin Xianguang's punch. The dragon race was a body cultivator, and her bodies were Fenglin Xianguang's strongest weapons. As the Phoenix Qilin radiant light burned his blood, the other immortals knew that they would most likely die in this battle. One by one, they brought out their strongest trump cards, burning their life force as the price to unleash their final attack. They didn't rely on their fleshly bodies, but immortal arts and magic treasures. When the power of these immortal techniques and magic treasures increased significantly, the demon race suffered heavy casualties in a short period of time. Useless. The mystical demon snorted coldly and reached out with his hand. Overwhelming demonic qi swept towards the crowd. Duan Yingjun and Jishan stood in front of the crowd. They were the closest to the mystical demon, so the mystical demon's attack would definitely land on the two of them. A trace of alarm flashed in the eyes of the rest of the demons when they saw this. They hastily retreated, fearing that they would be engulfed by the black demon's attack. This was because the demon race basically did not differentiate between friend and foe when they attacked. No one knew if this mystic demon would take them along with him. Escape. The first thought that came to Duan Yingjun's mind was whether he should use the token from the illusionary immortal temple to escape. At that moment, a furious roar came from beside him. The dragon Jishan was riding on suddenly grew in size, as if to protect all the immortals behind it. At the same time, Jishan's aura continued to surge, and a faint layer of fire ignited on his body. Jishan had also used a secret technique to burn his lifespan to raise his cultivation base for a short period of time, all for the sake of resisting the black demon before him. Mother asterisk cur. Duan Yingjun roared as the fat on his body jiggled continuously. In the blink of an eye, the fat on Duan Yingjun's body disappeared and was replaced by extremely muscular muscles. It was as if a fat otaku had suddenly transformed into a bodybuilding behemoth. Jishan looked at Duan Yingjun in surprise. He could sense that there seemed to be some sort of terrifying power hidden within Duan Yingjun's muscles. Boom! The demonic qi had arrived. However, not only were they not demonized, but they also did not suffer any injuries. They watched as Duan Yingjun stepped forward and blocked the black demon's attack all by himself. The demonic qi continuously gnawed at Duan Yingjun's body. His flesh and blood were melting as if acid was dripping on it. Jishan, take them away first. I have a way to leave. Duan Yingjun let out a low growl. You guys go first. Jishan's voice rang in the ears of Fenglin, Xianguang, and the others, but he had no intention of leaving. Interesting. A mere Grand Luo is actually able to resist the corrosion of my demonic chi. Looks like I'll have one more expert under my command after I demonize you. The black demon looked at Duan Ingjun in surprise. You want to demonize me? Dream on. Duan Ingjun roared furiously. Oh, in that case, I'll devour you. Perhaps it'll help me increase my cultivation base. The mystical demon's eyes suddenly turned cold. Immediately after, even more surging demonic aura swept out from his body and bombarded Duan Ingjun's figure. At this moment, Duan Ingjun spat out a mouthful of blood, and the muscles on his body began to wither. The physical bodies of the demons were the strongest. Their opponent had not even used his most powerful technique. He was merely relying on demonic chi to suppress Duan Ingjun and the others. Everyone already knew that they were going to die today. Even if Jishan asked them to leave, they had no intention of doing so. Just as Duan Ingjun was gradually unable to hold on, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The immortals standing behind Duan Ingjun and Jishan were the first to notice the figure. That's Feng Lin, and Xian Guang's eyes flickered. They gasped in disbelief. Ningbei Xian? What? Ningbei Xian? The other immortals hurriedly looked at the figure. Ningqi looked at Duan Ingjun's burly form with a slightly strange expression. With a gentle wave of his hand, the demonic chi that was constantly corroding Duan Ingjun was dispersed. Duan Ingjun immediately heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Boss, you're here? Ning Beixian. Jishan looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Tai true immortal? The black demon took a glance at Ning Qi, then turned around and fled without hesitation. As for the other demons, he did not care about them at all. Where do you think you're going? A faint voice rang in the black demon's ears. Before he could react, the surrounding pressure suddenly increased by countless times. Uffed! The black demon was squeezed into a meatball and died on the spot. The other devilish beings didn't dare to stay any longer upon seeing this, and they all fled in all directions. However, immediately afterward, a dozen or so silver dragons with extreme yang auras tore through the air, and in an instant, all of the devilish beings present were reduced to dust by these silver dragons. A battle had ended in such a simple manner. Chapter 3060. Boss, you came just in time. I was so close to being killed by that mystical demon. Duan Ingjun's body returned to its previous bloated state. During this process, the fat all over his body shook like waves. Why were you so careless? Shouldn't you at least find a mystical immortal to lead the team if a mystical demon appeared here? Ningqi asked. It's the demons who aren't playing by the rules. There's only a Class 5 planet in this godforsaken place, and it's considered a very remote region on the border. For so many years, the demons have only sent out existences comparable to grand heavenly immortals. Who would have thought that we'd encounter a mystical demon this time? I suspect that the demons are getting more and more powerful. Duan Ingjun smiled bitterly. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Duan Ingjun's suspicion was not unreasonable. Demons were constantly descending on the demonic sky immortal region. It was possible that another batch of experts had appeared recently. Perhaps the 3-year promise that the Bloodpool Demon Monarch mentioned was not a bluff. Once the time was up, they might really invade the ancient Heavenly Court immortal region. No matter what, it's all thanks to you that we're still alive this time. Duan Ingjun said with some relief. Why didn't you use the token? Ningqi smiled. Duan Ingjun smiled awkwardly. I can't just abandon everyone and leave like this. Wouldn't I be embarrassing the War God Temple? Hearing this, Ningqi sighed in his heart. If it was the first time he met Duan Ingjun, he would definitely choose to escape first. Unless there were important people around him, he would not choose to fight to the death. Now, after many years of experience, Duan Ingjun was much bolder. You were only a perfected golden immortal the last time I saw you. You've already attained Tao fruit, So quickly. Let me have a look at the immortal tree. Ning Qi sized up Duan Ingjun and smiled. A hint of complacency flashed through Duan Ingjun's eyes, as if he had been waiting for Ning Qi to ask about this. Then, the shadow of a celestial tree appeared behind him, and there were many golden fruits hanging from it. Ning Qi looked up and saw that there were 31 of them. Such aptitude could be considered top-notch in the immortal world. Not bad, not bad. But don't be too proud. Your cultivation is currently at the bottom of the War God Temple's upper echelons. You have to work hard. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and gave Duan Ingjun a blow. Duan Ingjun sighed in his heart when he heard this. He didn't want to be at the bottom either. However, the people in the War God Temple had all encountered countless fortuitous encounters. It had only been a few hundred years, but each of their cultivations was higher than the last. Even his wife, Duan Feifei, had surpassed him. Thinking of this, Duan Ingjun immediately changed the topic. Boss, let me introduce you. This is Jishan, one of the Ji clan's main bloodlines, Heaven's Pride. He just arrived at the border not long ago, and came here specially from the Langya celestial region. Duan Ingjun introduced. Brother Duan, I've already met Senior Ning. Jishan smiled with a complicated look in his eyes. What, you've met her? Duan Ingjun was a little surprised. In fact, Jishan was even more surprised. He didn't expect the relationship between Duan Ingjun and Ning Qi to be so good. From their conversation, he could tell that they had known each other for a long time. Yes, we did meet a few times on the ancestral star. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Pausing for a moment, he continued, You don't have to call me senior. We're of the same generation. If that's the case, then Jishan will be too careless. Jishan smiled and cupped his fists. Ning Qi was rather surprised that Jishan would appear at the border. The Ji clan's main bloodline in the immortal realm was the bloodline of the Tiandao clan, the Ji clan. Logically speaking, the Tiandao clan should be holed up in the immortal realm, and the Langya celestial emperor should not have made much of a move. The Ji clan's main bloodline should have chosen to go into seclusion as well, unless Jishan chose to come to the border to fend off the demonic invasion. With that in mind, Ning Qi glanced at the immortals with lower cultivation, before his eyes landed on Feng Lin and Xian Guang. You're here too. Ning Qi smiled. Feng Lin and Xian Guang bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Ning. Jishan could address Ning Qi as the same generation because Jishan was a Grand Luo, while Feng Lin and Ning Qi were so far apart that he didn't even dare to address the latter as Brother Ning. They all know Senior Bei Xian. Looks like we're riding on his coattails this time. The other immortals looked at Feng Lin and Xian Guang with envy and jealousy. You've ignited the bloodline in your body, so your cultivation speed will drop significantly in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Feng Lin and Xian Guang smiled bitterly. I thought I'd die here today, but it's still acceptable if my aptitude drops a little. Indeed, staying alive is more important than anything else. Take this bottle of elixirs. It'll be enough to make up for the bloodline you're missing. Ning Qi smiled and tossed a bottle of elixirs to Feng Lin and Xian Guang. The elixirs were all 5th grade elixirs that were extremely useful for improving one's cultivation. Feng Lin and Xian Guang were slightly taken aback, but they quickly took the bottle and scanned it with their divine will. With this bottle of elixirs, his cultivation speed would be even faster than when his bloodline was at its peak. Many envious eyes landed on Feng Lin and Xian Guang. All the immortals present felt that he was very lucky. Not only did he not die this time, but he also obtained an opportunity. Just as they were filled with envy, Ning Qi gently waved his sleeves. Following that, rays of white light fell into their arms. Taking a closer look, they realized that they were all porcelain bottles. Although the lids were covered, the fragrance of the pills still wafted out unstoppably. Judging from the smell, these were definitely not low-grade elixirs. They were at least 4th grade or 5th grade elixirs. Thank you, Senior Ning. All the immortals bowed and thanked Ning Qi excitedly. At this moment, Ning Qi's position in their hearts kept rising. It's good that you guys came to the border to resist the demonic race. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Receiving Ning Qi's praise, the group of immortals felt as if they had received a little red flower. Their faces were overflowing with excitement. Brother Ning, the situation is a little bad. The Bloodpool Demon Lord has announced that he will invade the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Domain in 3 years. Although Dragon Riding Immortal Lord, Rainwater Immortal Lord, Traichi Immortal Lord, Hanyang Immortal Lord, Kuin-Peng Immortal Lord, and Sky River Immortal Lord have all come to the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Domain, there's only one Demon Lord in the Demonic Sky Immortal Domain. Hanbei Demon Emperor is extremely tyrannical. I wonder what Brother Ning's plans are. Ji Shan suddenly asked. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. I don't have any plans for now. I'll take it one step at a time. But the 6 immortal lords you mentioned have already come to the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Domain? Where are they? Ning Qi was a little surprised and happy at the same time. No matter what, the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Domain would have an advantage in future battles. Chapter 3061. The borders of the ancient Heavenly Court were extremely long, but there were only 13 main locations. Behind these 13 locations, there were many Grade 6 and Grade 7 planets. These planets were all extremely rich in resources, and it was also because of this that behind these planets there would be many Grade 5 planets. If the demon race invaded, they could conquer half of the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal realm by breaking through these 13 points and pushing forward. The place where Duan Ingjun and Ji Shan met the mystical demon was a very remote star region. Although it was also on the border, it was unlikely that the demon race would enter from there. Most of the planets there were level 1 or level 2 planets, and it would be time-consuming to enter the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal realm from there. It would take a long time and effort to reach the most prosperous central area of the ancient Heavenly Court. Therefore, these 13 most important places were called the 13 battlefields. Each battlefield had a code name. These 13 battlefields were also divided into importance. The most important one was called the Azura Battlefield, where Immortal Lord Sanchi and Immortal Lord Lin Shui were stationed. Hanyang Immortal Lord, Sky River Immortal Lord, and Kuan-Ping Immortal Lord were stationed at the other 3 major battlefields. If Dragon Riding Immortal Lord returned from the Lengya Immortal Realm, he would also go to the Azura Battlefield and join forces with the other 2 Immortal Lords. This showed how important the Azura Battlefield was to the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal realm. The remaining 9 battlefields were only guarded by Primordial Unity Immortals. The rest of the battlefields could no longer be called battlefields, as they were guarded by Shen Immortals, Grand Heavenly Immortals, and so on. However, the weakest border was guarded by Grand Heavenly Immortals. Now, Ji Shan and Duan Ingjun were leading Ning Qi to the Northern Wilderness Battlefield, which was guarded by Hanyang Immortal Lord. After taking more than a dozen teleportation portals and spending about half a month, they finally set foot on the Northern Wilderness Battlefield. This was a battlefield made up of countless planets and a border that was 5 light years long. It was an important checkpoint among the 13 battlefields, second only to the Azura Battlefield. Hanyang Celestial Lord Hanyang Immortal Lord was stationed on a level 7 planet called the Northern Wilderness. This planet was very prosperous. Before the invasion of the Demon Clan, there were 3 perfected Tai True Immortals, more than 10 late-stage Tai True Immortals, dozens of middle-stage Tai True Immortals, and hundreds of early-stage Tai True Immortals. In total, there were 147 Tai True Immortals in the ancient Heavenly Court's celestial realm. It was considered a top level 7 planet, but it could support so many primordial unity cultivators. One could imagine how rich the spiritual qi and resources in the Beihuang region were. However, after the invasion of the demonic realm, dozens of local primordial unity immortals, including a perfected primordial unity true immortal, had left. The entire sect had moved to the central planet of the Langya celestial realm. However, with the presence of Han Yang's celestial master, the strength of this planet had once again skyrocketed. Even the heavenly Tao had descended. His luck allowed his spiritual qi to increase exponentially. When they arrived at the Beihuang battlefield, it took them another half a month to set foot on the Beihuang planet. The rest of the immortals had stayed on other major planets. Only Jishan, Fenglin, Xianguang, and Duaningjun were left with Ningqi. After walking out of the teleportation portal, Ningqi and the other three looked into the distance. Their eyes pierced through the atmosphere and stared at the starry sky of the universe. A small-scale battle was taking place outside of the Beihuang planet. The strongest of the immortals and demons who participated in the battle were only abstruse immortals. When Ningqi and the others arrived, the battle had already come to an end. After both sides had lost half of their forces, they had tacitly retreated. "Boss, this kind of battle is happening all the time. Those demon brats are quite interesting. Maybe they are waiting for the time to invade the ancient heavenly court's celestial realm. The battle is not as intense as before, but the frequency of their probing is much higher," Duaningjun said. Ningqi nodded. He already suspected that the demons might be guessing whether the ancient immortal clans would make a move. So for the past few hundred years, although Baitian Demon Lord was preparing for a full-scale invasion of the immortal world, he also ordered the demons to keep probing. If the ancient immortals really showed up, they might change their strategy. It's a pity that apart from me, no one else from the ancient immortal clan will come out for this battle. Ningqi sighed in his heart. He had thought that King Qin Guangwang and Fan Wujiao were busy, which was why the demon clan in the demonic sky mystic realm had been so rampant for hundreds of years. However, when he learned about the green-robed old man's attitude, he guessed that King Qin Guangwang and the others must have been notified by the green-robed old man. However, even if Fan Wujiao were to make a move and wipe out the demon clan in the demonic sky mystic realm, it would only infuriate the demon clan and make Baitian Demon Lord come to the celestial realm faster. On the contrary, if the two sides kept probing each other, it would buy the celestial realm more time. However, Ningqi knew that the celestial realm would be at a complete disadvantage when the real invasion began. Given the current situation, they could only take one step at a time. At this moment, the immortals who had just finished a battle flew back from the starry sky under the lead of an early-stage, primordial unity true immortal. They landed in an extremely luxurious and conspicuous hall not far away from the teleportation array that Ningqi and the others were in. The immortals on the street looked at them with a hint of respect in their eyes. No matter what cultivation level they had, as long as they dared to fight against the demon clan, it was enough to earn their respect. Moreover, at least half of them had died this time. Those are the cultivators of Hao Ran Academy. Over the years, Hao Ran Academy, which originally had millions of disciples, has lost countless low-level disciples. Now, there are only about 300,000 people left. This time, hundreds of people died. Alas, I wonder which sect will go to fight against the demon clan tomorrow. That's the dean of the Haran Academy, right? The Haran Academy originally had 3 vice deans, all of whom were at the perfected, mysterious, immortal realm. However, they're all dead now. The Haran Academy has paid a huge price for the northern wilderness battlefield. It's the same for the other sections. Haha, only the extreme Yang sect escaped to the Langya immortal realm. They didn't even care about their hometown. What a joke! Let's not talk about the extreme Sun sect. Ever since the Bloodpool Demon Lord spread the word, we've lost a lot of sects in the northern wilderness battlefield. If it weren't for the Hanyang Immortal Lord, I'm afraid many of those sects who are determined to fight the demons to the end would have left. The surrounding discussions entered the ears of Ningqi and the other 3. Duaningjun and the other 2 immediately wore a solemn expression. They felt that the situation was getting worse. Chapter 3062. Who are you? This is the office of the immortal monarch of Hanyang. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Two immortals brimming with malevolent aura stood outside the luxurious palace. Both of them were grand heavenly immortals, and it was clear from the malevolent aura that they had been fighting against the demon race for quite some time. It was only after experiencing untold battles against the demon race that they could cultivate their current stature. The aura on it. I'm Ning Beixian. I'm here to visit Hanyang, Immortal Lord. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. The two grand heavenly immortals were slightly taken aback by Ning Qi's words, before a look of shock appeared in their eyes, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back. The immortals around them also looked at Ning Qi in shock and astonishment. Are you Senior Ning Beixian? One of the Grand Luo asked, uncertainly. Could it be that someone dares to impersonate me in the immortal dimension? Ning Qi laughed. Please wait for a moment. I'll go inform him immediately. In response, the Grand Luo turned and entered the palace. More and more immortals were rushing over. They were shocked to hear that Ning Beixian was on Planet North Wilderness. He was ranked first on the Tai Perfected Immortal Leaderboard. Moreover, they had seen the video of Ning Qi in the Southern Star City and knew that Ning Qi was very powerful. The other Grand Luo who was guarding the door was quietly studying Ning Qi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. If there was a person that the immortals had been talking about the most over the years, it would undoubtedly be this being. Not even the Langya Immortal Emperor was mentioned by so many. Ning Qi's resume had long been exposed on the All Heavens Forum. From the time he first arrived at the Xianjian sect, to the first place on the Earth Immortal list, to the current first place on the Tai True Immortal list, he was only half a step away from the Immortal Monarch. In just over 1,000 years, he had walked a path that others could not walk, even if they wanted to. How could it not be shocking? Was he shocked? A series of footsteps could be heard. An elegant, middle-aged man appeared at the gate under the lead of the Grand Luo. Ning Qi had seen this person before. He was the dean of the Haran Academy, an early-stage Tai Perfected Celestial. Are you Ning Beixian? The other party looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression and cupped his hands. Exactly. Ning Qi cupped his hands in obeisance. I am Murong Feng, the dean of the Haran Academy in the Northern Wilderness Planet. Nice to meet you, fellow cultivator Ning. I heard that fellow cultivator Ning is here to visit Hanyang, Celestial Lord. I dare not neglect you. Please follow me, fellow cultivator Ning. Murong Feng laughed as a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. The aura radiating from Ning Qi's body was indeed much stronger than his initial level. Then, was it really a great perfection? How long had Ning Qi been cultivating? From the first place on the ranking of mysterious immortals to the first place on the ranking of Tai True Immortals. Anyone who paid attention to it would know that the interval of time between the first place and the first place on the ranking of Tai True Immortals was merely the time taken for an ordinary Tai True Immortal to enter seclusion once. Monster? Opportunity? Murong Feng pondered as he led the way. When Ning Qi and the others entered the building, they found quite a few immortals standing off in the distance with curious looks on their faces. Most of their gazes fell on Ning Qi with a hint of curiosity, but there were also a few gazes that contained a hint of hostility. Fellow Taoist Ning, up ahead is the Hanyang Immortal Monarch's office. After a while, Murong Feng pointed at a large hall in the distance and said. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He could already feel the aura radiating from Hanyang Immortal Monarch at such a close distance. If they were to really fight, Ning Qi would only be able to survive in the hands of a perfected Immortal Monarch. If he wanted to win, he would probably have to use the power of the demon progenitor's heart. However, once this advancement mission was completed, Ning Qi believed that he would naturally be invincible among the immortal monarchs. Whoosh! 2 figures flew across the sky and appeared in front of Ning Qi and the others in the blink of an eye. They were 2 perfected Tai True Immortals. One of them looked rather young, about 20 years old. However, There was a tinge of coldness in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. The other was a middle-aged woman. She was looking at Ning Qi with a tinge of curiosity in her eyes. "Fellow Taoist Qin, fellow Taoist Pei, you've come at the right time. This is fellow Taoist Ning Beixian." Murong Feng introduced them to each other with a smile. Fellow Taoist Chen's full name was Qin Qing. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of Four Elements Sect, one of the three major sects on planet Northern Wilderness. Fellow Taoist Pei's full name was Pei Pei. He was also the Grand Supreme Elder of Mirror Moon Sect, one of the three major sections. However, Jiang Sect had already fled to Langia Celestial Region, so there were only two major sects left on planet Northern Wilderness. "Oh, so you're Ning Beixian," Qin Qing said calmly. There was a hint of hostility in his tone. Duan Jun and the others looked at each other when they heard that. They did not understand why this Tai true immortal would treat them like that. Pei Pei, on the other hand, was rather polite. He cupped his fists and bowed. "I've heard of you for a long time. Greetings, fellow Taoist Ning." "You're too kind." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his fists. "Fellow Taoist Ning, you're here to visit Hanyang, Immortal Monarch, today." Murong Feng smiled. "Oh, you're here to visit Hanyang, Immortal Monarch? Is there anything important?" Qin Qing frowned. Ning Qi glanced at him and smiled at Murong Feng. "Fellow Taoist Murong, please lead the way." Murong Feng finally noticed that there was something wrong with Qin Qing's attitude. He looked at Qin Qing and smiled at Ning Qi. "Fellow Taoist Ning, please come with me." "Wait." Qin Qing waved his hand to stop the two of them. He looked at Ning Qi without any fear. Not long ago, Langia Celestial Emperor personally issued a decree saying that fellow Taoist Ning is a remnant of the ancient immortal clan. I wonder if fellow Taoist Ning knows about this? Murong Feng's expression changed slightly. Pei Pei also looked at Qin Qing subconsciously. Who in the celestial world did not know about this decree? However, no one cared about this at this time. Or rather, because of Langia's celestial emperor's inaction over the past few hundred years, his position in the hearts of many immortals was gradually declining. Moreover, there was no concrete evidence to prove that Ning Qi had done anything harmful to the celestial world. Moreover, Ning Qi was the first on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard. He was recognized by the heavenly axiom as the strongest person below immortal lords. Who would be stupid enough to talk about this? So what if I know? So what if I don't? Ning Qi looked at Qin Qing with a faint smile. Then, the smile on his face became even wider. Qin Qing's cultivation technique was one of the four major catalogs, the Black Tortoise Catalog, and Ning Qi cultivated the four-spirit sacred art that was a combination of the four major catalogs. It seemed that the Four Elements sect had been around for a long time. Or someone had accidentally obtained the Black Tortoise Catalog from the Shenluo realm and created the Four Elements sect. If you knew about this, you shouldn't have come to Planet North Wilderness. We don't welcome the ancient immortal clan, Qin Qing said coldly. Fellow Taoist Qin, you've gone too far. Chapter 3063. Pei Pei, you don't understand. The Four Elements sect's ancestral teachings have already mentioned the ancient immortal clan. The founder of the Four Elements sect was an immortal lord before the Great War of Immortals and Demons, but he died in the catastrophe. The founder's direct disciple, the second-generation founder of the Four Elements sect, once said that if the ancient immortal clan hadn't betrayed the immortal world and lured the demons into the pass, the demons wouldn't have been able to start such a terrifying war. Our founder wouldn't have died, and he would have had the chance to become an emperor in the future. Qin Qing stared coldly at Ning Qi and said, "So the second-generation founder personally left an order that if we see the ancient immortal clan in the future, we must kill them to avenge our founder. If the ancient immortal clan hadn't betrayed the mortal world and lured the demons into the pass, the demons wouldn't have been able to start such a terrifying war, and our founder wouldn't have died." He was an amazing genius and had the chance to become an emperor in the future. Qin Qing stared coldly at Ning Qi and said, "So the second generation founder personally left an order that if we see the ancient immortal clan in the future, we must kill them to avenge our founder." Good intentions? I'm afraid you're up to something that betrays the immortal world. Don't tell me you don't know about the devil race's invasion? The ancient immortal clan just appeared and the devil race came. Haha, what a coincidence. I'm afraid he's doing something that betrays the immortal world behind our backs. Don't tell me you didn't know about the demons' invasion? The demons came as soon as the ancient immortal clan appeared. Haha, what a coincidence. Pei Pei and Murong Feng's expressions changed slightly. In fact, they had also thought about the last point. They also felt that the world couldn't be so coincidental. After all, in the battle on the central planet, it seemed like the ancient immortal clan had the upper hand. Senior Great Demon Ape, who had killed several immortal emperors and defeated the Heavenly Dao clan's third step cultivator, was in existence from the ancient immortal clan. Ning Qi smiled. When he first came to the immortal world, he had appeared in the ancient heavenly court. At that time, he had learned that the immortals here hated the ancient immortal clan. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that the ancient heavenly court was the territory of the ancient immortal clan. This guy's ancestor was probably a member of the ancient immortal clan's strongest faction, the heavenly court. He had died in the great war of immortals and demons and had been misunderstood by his disciple, which was why he had left this ancestral teaching. What a joke! My boss came to Planet North Wilderness to visit the Hanyang Immortal Emperor. My boss will be guarding the border from now on. He'll be helping you fight against the demons. What right do you have to say that my boss is up to no good? I think you're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Duan Yingjun snorted coldly. A mere grand Luo dares to act so insolently before me? Chen Qing's expression changed. Never had a grand Luo dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. In the next moment, he reached out to grab Duan Yingjun's head, but he kept an eye on Ning Qi's movements. The surging power of the great Dao condensed into the shadow of a black tortoise on Qin Qing's body. It had the body of a tortoise and the head of a dragon. It emitted a terrifying wave of dermic power. At the same time, Qin Qing's body also surged with the power of qi and blood that was hard to match for people of the same level. The Black Tortoise catalog was the only one among the 4 great catalogs that focused on refining the body. The 4 Elements sect was a pure body refining sect. Qin Qing was also a rare primordial unity cultivator, and he had even reached the peak of the primordial unity true immortal realm. The strength of his body was almost equivalent to that of a demon at the same level. The surging vital energy caused Ji Shan, Feng Lin, and Xianguang's expressions to change drastically. At this moment, the 2 of them could not even breathe. At the same time, the shadow of a black tortoise also condensed on Ning Qi's body. He reached out and gently slapped Qin Qing's hand, causing him to stagger back 7 or 8 steps. Qin Qing looked at Ning Qi in shock. The Black Tortoise catalog? How was this possible? A hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This was the secret of the 4 Elements sect. Only the direct descendants of the 4 Elements sect had the opportunity to learn the real Black Tortoise catalog. Ordinary disciples and elders could only learn the emasculated version. However, the shadow of a black tortoise on Ning Qi's body was clearer than his, and its aura was much stronger than his. This was clearly the complete Black Tortoise catalog. Pei Pei and Murong Feng were also shocked. They did not expect to see a cultivation method on Ning Qi that was similar to Qin Qing's. There are many people who do not like the ancient immortal clan. Who do you think you are? I have come to visit the Hanyang Immortal Lord today, and I do not intend to see blood. Get lost, Ning Qi said calmly. Where did you learn the 4 Elements sect's secret cultivation method? Qin Qing roared. Although he knew that his combat power might be weaker than Ningqi's, he was not afraid. No matter what, the northern wilderness planet had the Hanyang Celestial Lord. He believed that the Hanyang Celestial Lord would be on his side. The Four Elements Sect's secret cultivation method? Ningqi's lips curled. What a joke. You haven't even learned the Four Spirit Sacred Art. How dare you say that your Black Tortoise catalog is a secret cultivation method? For Elements Sect? Do you have an azure dragon elephant? A shadow of an azure dragon formed behind Ningqi. At that moment, Ningqi's aura suddenly surged with a hint of Emperor's aura. Do you have a vermilion bird elephant? Ningqi smiled. The shadow of a vermilion bird formed behind him, and the temperature around him rose. Do you have a white tiger elephant? Ningqi smiled again. Then, a white tiger with its head lowered and eyes filled with murderous intent appeared behind Ningqi. It looked like a ferocious tiger coming down a mountain, staring coldly at Qinqing. Violent, murderous intent emanated from Ningqi's body. The gathering of the four elements shocked Qinqing again. Impossible. Qinqing, you may step down. A gentle voice was heard. Then, a middle-aged man in a green robe with a kind face slowly walked to the front of everyone. Pei Pei and Murong Feng quickly bowed and addressed him as Hanyang Immortal Lord. Qinqing, on the other hand, was still immersed in his shock, as if he had not noticed it at all. After a few breaths, he finally reacted. With an ugly expression, he took a step back and stood behind the Hanyang Immortal Lord. However, his eyes were still filled with shock as he looked at Ningqi. Our Yuning Beixian, who is ranked first on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard. Hanyang Immortal Lord smiled at Ningqi. Yes, you must be Hanyang Immortal Lord, right? Ningqi smiled and nodded. I don't deserve to be called a senior. Back then, you showed off your prowess on the central planet. Not only did you defeat the Tiandao family's third step almighty, but you also killed several Emperor Realm existences of the Tiandao family. If you call me senior, won't you shorten my lifespan? Hanyang Immortal Lord smiled and waved his hand. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Actually, everyone in the upper echelons of the immortal world had come to a conclusion about Ningqi's identity. In addition, ancestor Yu Qing had made a move again. At that time, some immortal lords who had watched the live broadcast had already guessed that the terrifying existence that had transformed into a demon ape was Ningqi. As for why Ningqi suddenly possessed such strength, it was naturally related to the demon ancestor's heart. That was something that even the owner of the palm wanted to fight for. What Hanyang Immortal Lord means. Qinqing and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt a trace of fear. Not only them, but even the way Ji Shan and Feng Lin, Xian Guang, looked at Ningqi changed. Chapter 3064. Hanyang Immortal Lord, you must be joking. I don't understand. Ningqi said with a smile. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Since Hanyang Immortal Lord said that, it meant that he was very certain about it. Even if Ningqi did not admit it, it would be useless. Qinqing was a little scared. At his cultivation level, he knew what it meant to be the first on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard. But he still dared to challenge Ningqi. Apart from the Four Elements Sect's teachings, there was another important reason. Hanyang Immortal Lord was currently on planet North Wilderness. No matter how strong Ningqi was, he would not be a match for an Immortal Lord. The gap between primordial immortals and immortal lords was terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the gap between mortals and immortals. In the eyes of primordial immortals, immortal lords were immortals, and they were mortals. A breath from an immortal lord could injure a primordial immortal. But now Hanyang Immortal Lord had said that Ningqi was the terrifying great demon ape that had killed several Emperor Realm cultivators of the Tiandao family on the central planet. This caused Qinqing to be unable to remain calm. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. Fine, Since fellow Taoist Ning doesn't want to talk about this matter, then let's not talk about it. Today, fellow Taoist Ning came to pay me a visit. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid that immortal monarch riding dragon and the others will be extremely envious. Murong Fong, bring these juniors with fellow Taoist Ning to rest. I want to drink and chat with fellow Taoist Ning. Hanyang, immortal lord, laughed. Yes. Murong Fong quickly nodded and said to Duan Jun and the others, "Please follow me." Duan Jun looked at Ning Qi. When he saw Ning Qi nod, he laughed and said to Murong Fong, "Brother Murong, you're too kind." Brother Murong, Ji Shan, and Fong Lin, Xianguang's expressions changed. They glanced at Duan Jun with a strange expression. Pei Pei found it interesting and looked at Duan Jun. Chun Qing finally understood why Duan Jun was so bold. It was because he had Ning Qi as his backing that he was not afraid of anything. He even dared to call Atai a friend. Murong Fong, on the other hand, was not angry. Instead, the smile on his face became even more passionate. He even wanted to call Duan Jun brother, let alone fellow cultivator. The fact that Duan Jun was able to follow Ning Qi to planet Northern Wilderness meant that the relationship between Duan Jun and Ning Qi was not shallow, and Ning Qi could be a terrifying third-step cultivator. As long as there was a chance, who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Not long after, the demon realm would launch an all-out attack on the ancient heavenly court immortal realm. If he could form a good relationship with a suspected third-step almighty at this time, he might be able to save his life in the future. Ning Qi followed the Hanyang immortal monarch to a nearby great hall. Duan Jun and the other two were also brought away by Murong Fong. Only Qin Qing and Pei Pei remained behind. Fellow Taoist Qin, you were a little too impulsive today. Pei Pei smiled faintly and said, "Sometimes people can't just be stubborn. You said that you left behind ancestral teachings in your sect. But how trustworthy are these ancestral teachings? How many years had it taken for the devil race to conquer the devil's sky immortal domain? How many years have passed since then? Have you ever seen the Tiandao family make an appearance? Those immortals who are not at the border still have some illusions about the Tiandao family in their hearts. They can't see the truth of the matter. But you and I have been fighting against the demon race on planet Northern Wilderness for so many years. Can't you see the truth?" After saying that, Pei Pei shook her head and glanced at the great hall before turning to leave. Chun Qing stood there alone, his face pale. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Pei Pei's words were not without reason, but he believed in the ancestral teachings left behind by the second-generation ancestral Master Moore. Since the second-generation ancestral master said that the founding ancestral master was killed by the ancient immortal clan, then it must be true. No matter what the Tiandao family's attitude is this time, the Four Elements sect and the ancient immortals are irreconcilable. However, it's not the right time to have a conflict with them. We can use him to fight against the demon race together. The four spirit, sacred, art. Qin Qing glanced at the great hall, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Master once said that since the world has the Black Tortoise catalog, then there must be the other 3 catalogs. If we gather all of them, perhaps it will become an even more terrifying cultivation method. The founding ancestral master thought so too, which is why he named the sect Four Elements sect, hoping that one day the descendants of the next generation can gather the other 3 catalogs. I didn't expect that an ancient immortal remnant would be one step ahead of us. Based on the long history, the Four Elements sect is the true inheritance. I don't know how he got lucky, but he got these 4 catalogs. I must think of a way to make him spit them out. Inside the great hall, Ning Qi and the Hanyang immortal lord sat opposite each other. At the same time, 2 childlike existences brought over a jar of wine and poured it into their bowls. When the pale yellow wine was poured into the bowls, an extremely enchanting aroma spread out. Just by smelling it, Ning Qi could feel the immortal qi in his body being mobilized. It seemed to have increased a little out of thin air. This wine, Ning Qi was slightly surprised. His current cultivation base was already at the perfected primordial unity, perfected true immortal. But the wine's aroma could actually increase his cultivation base a little. Even ordinary 8th or 9th grade elixirs could not compare to it. Fellow Taoist Ning, you have a good eye. This wine is called the Mortal Song. Brewed by the immortal Lord San Qi, it's his treasure, and even mortals can consume it. Not only will they not explode and die, but they can also become immortals after a night's sleep. It's also very helpful to one's aptitude. Mortals who build their foundation with this wine will have at least 20 Tao fruits. It's not easy for me to get some from him over the years, and I can't bear to take it out normally. Hanyang, immortal monarch, said with a smile. The two boys were a boy and a girl. Their cultivations weren't weak, and they were already in the mysterious immortal realm. However, they looked extremely innocent, as if they were really 8 or 9 years old. After pouring the wine, they did not leave. Instead, they stood behind Hanyang, immortal lord, and breathed in the fragrance with satisfaction. Mortal Song, this name is really not bad. Can this wine really allow mortals to become immortals after a night's sleep? Ning Qi first praised the name of the wine, then asked suspiciously. His spatial bag contained many spiritual materials of heaven and earth, including many top-grade Tao artifacts. After all, the immortal emperors he killed were quite wealthy. However, none of these spiritual materials could allow mortals to become immortals. Even the most trashy tier, 1 immortal pills couldn't help a mortal become an immortal at all. If he took it, his body would explode and he would die. If immortal Lord 3 Qi was here, he would definitely be at a loss for words with Tao friending. In the immortal world, many clans want to ask him for the mortal song. Even Langya, immortal emperor, would often exchange spiritual materials with him. Chapter 3065. Fellow Taoist Ning, please. The Hanyang immortal lord raised his bowl and gestured to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The two of them finished the mortal song in their bowls. In the next moment, Ning Qi suddenly felt a warm energy flowing from his throat into his stomach. Following that, an indescribably gentle energy spread throughout his body. He felt as though his internal organs were being massaged by countless pairs of hands. She gently massaged Ning Qi with her white and tender little hands. At the same time, Ning Qi's cultivation improved again. This kind of improvement was natural. There was no discomfort, as if he had been like this before he drank the wine. It's magical indeed. Ning Qi praised. It's good that Brother Ning likes it. Speaking of which, do the existences behind Brother Ning plan to come out and fight against the demons together? The Bloodpool Demon Lord said that he would attack the ancient heavenly court in 3 years. Now that I think about it, there's less than 3 years left. The Hanyang immortal lord looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The ancient immortal clan doesn't plan to interfere in this war. What? The Hanyang immortal lord was startled. Then he frowned. Why? Speaking of which, the ancient heavenly court was the territory of the ancient immortal clan. You don't want to see this place fall and be occupied by the demons, right? Ning Qi smiled. Hanyang immortal lord, do you want to hear a story? The Hanyang immortal lord nodded solemnly. Please speak. What Ning Qi said was definitely not an ordinary story. It was likely related to the war between the immortals and demons. Ning Qi spoke at a slow pace. Less than an hour later, Hanyang immortal lord finally understood the secret behind the great war of immortals and demons, as well as the reason why the ancient immortal clans did not appear. He wanted to refute, but he found that he couldn't find any reason to do so, because the Tiandao clan indeed didn't come out this time. If they really planned to use the demons to exhaust the ancient immortal clan, they would rather sacrifice the lives of countless mortals and immortals for their own selfish desires. Then the Tiandao clan's actions back then were worth pondering. But if that's the case, wouldn't the Tiandao family's reputation become very bad? Everyone in the immortal world knows that they've turned into cowards and don't dare to come out to fight against the fiend race. Putting aside the possibility that they were the ones who let the fiend race in, have you ever seen an existence that survived the first great war of immortals and fiends? Even the Langya immortal emperor only reached the emperor realm long after the great war of immortals and demons ended. Right? Back then, the immortal emperor, the immortal monarch who survived, he came down? Since no one can survive, there is naturally no so-called truth. Ning Qi smiled. The Hanyang immortal lord sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood what Ning Qi meant. Putting aside how many immortals and mortals would die in this great war between immortals and demons, how many existences he was familiar with would survive after it ended. Even he might not be able to survive. In that case, once the great war of immortals and demons ended, who would remember that the Tiandao clan had secluded themselves to avoid the calamity of the immortal world, because those who remembered were all dead. Is there really no hope? The immortal lord of Hanyang sighed softly. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi. Taoist Ning, what you did before, that's something I can only do when I'm in a demonic state. At that point, I might not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. It will be a disaster for both the demons and the immortals. Ning Qi shook his head. Sigh, the Hanyang immortal lord had already guessed it. Ning Qi's state was indeed abnormal back then, and his subsequent actions only confirmed that point. Then, Taoist Ning, do you really plan to guard this place with us? Speaking of which, you are also from the ancient immortal clan, right? The Hanyang immortal lord said. I can only represent myself. Ancient immortals are still immortals. It would be great if we could delay the actions of the demon race as much as possible. Perhaps in a few years, another ancient immortal would appear to stop this catastrophe. Who knows? Ning Qi smiled. Thank you, Taoist Ning. The Hanyang immortal lord cupped his hands and said, If that's the case, why don't you stay in the Beihuang battlefield and guard this place with me? Immortal Lord, if the demons launch a large-scale invasion, which battlefield will they choose as a breakthrough point? Ning Qi smiled. It's definitely the Azura battlefield. As long as we break through that side, we'll be able to march straight into the center of the ancient heavenly court. The other battlefields will fall without being attacked. At that time, no matter what choice we make, whether we retreat or fight to the death, we'll be in a very passive position. It's a pity that although the heavenly Dao clan has many immortal monarchs, they plan to live in seclusion, and the number of immortal monarchs in the various immortal realms is less than 20. Adding on those who are unwilling to accept the Langya immortal emperor's conferment and have the ability to become immortal monarchs, but don't have the title of immortal monarch, there are less than 30 of them. Among them, half are under the control of the Langya immortal emperor. The rest will stay in their own celestial realm and won't go to the ancient heavenly court easily. The Hanyang immortal lord sighed. There are 13 battlefields. Currently, there are only 3 people in the Shura battlefield. Including me, the Sky River immortal lord and the Kuanping immortal lord, we can only defend 4 battlefields. When the time is up and the demons launch an all-out attack, the other battlefields will be destroyed in an instant. Ning Qi could understand the Hanyang immortal lord's current state of mind. The demons could have been easily dealt with, but they had brought such a hidden danger to the celestial world, making the immortals panic. There was a high chance that the Tiandao family had deliberately let the demons in to deal with the ancient immortal clan. Ning Qi could not help but suspect that the first war of the immortals and demons might also be the same. That was the case. Hanyang immortal lord, I'm going to the Shura battlefield. Ning Qi said. Shura battlefield? The Hanyang immortal lord was slightly stunned. The 2 children behind him also looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Taoist Ning, you have to think it through. The Shura battlefield is much more dangerous than the Northern Wilderness battlefield, the Hanyang immortal lord said solemnly. The Hanyang immortal lord said solemnly, You are extremely talented. If you can grasp that power in the future, even third step almighties and emperor realm existences will not be able to compare to you. Perhaps you can save the immortal world from this catastrophe. If you die in the Azura battlefield, everything will be for naught. He paused. To put it bluntly, even if the ancient heavenly court, celestial realm falls, the demons will still need many years to conquer the entire celestial world. That time is enough for variables to occur. Thank you for your advice, Hanyang Immortal Lord, but I've made up my mind. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. In that case, I don't have anything else to give you. Take this jar of wine. When you reach the Shura battlefield, Trichi Immortal Lord and Liqing Immortal Lord will know that we've met. The Hanyang Immortal Lord took a deep look at Ningqi, then waved his hand, and the jar of wine landed in front of Ningqi. How can I accept it? Ningqi declined with a smile. Daoist Ning, don't stand on ceremony. The Hanyang Immortal Lord said firmly. Then I'll be sorry. Ningqi no longer declined. He smiled and put the wine away. After chatting for a while, the Hanyang Immortal Lord personally sent Ningqi to the door. At the same time, a layer of black fog seemed to sweep over from the horizon. Chapter 3066. At that moment, all the immortals on the vast northern wilderness planet could feel the terrifying aura coming from the dark cloud. What terrifying demonic chi! It's not a Tai true demon this time. Could it be the demonic king himself? How could it be? The demonic king has never set foot on the border before. Could it be that the demonic sky mystic region is going to attack our ancient heavenly court? The deadline given by the Bloodpool demonic king is not up yet. Things are going to get tricky. Figures streaked across the sky. Excluding the Tai immortals who had escaped, there were still more than 100 Tai immortals left on the northern wilderness planet. However, some of them had gone to guard the other borders, so there were only about 30 Tai immortals left on the northern wilderness planet, including Chunqing and Pei Pei, two perfected Tai true immortals. In the blink of an eye, the Tai immortals arrived behind Hanyang Immortal Lord. They all looked at the dark cloud with a grave expression. Following them were the elders and disciples of the Tai immortals, mystic immortals, Zenith Heaven Immortals, and Golden Immortals. Boss, what happened? Why would a demonic king come to the northern wilderness battlefield? Duan Yingjun and the others also arrived under Morongfeng's lead. Duan Yingjun had a horrified look on his face. Things were too strange. First, a mystic demon that should not have appeared in an extremely remote starfield. Then, a demonic king came to the northern wilderness battlefield. Had the 3-year deadline arrived so soon? Or was the demonic race deliberately lying to them to catch them off guard? Fortunately, Hanyang Immortal Lord is here. If it was a while ago, the northern wilderness battlefield would have been destroyed in an instant. Chen Qing, Pei Pei, Murongfeng, and the other Tai immortals looked at Hanyang Immortal Lord with relief. The dark cloud rolled and arrived in the blink of an eye. The entire sky was almost covered by the dark cloud. Even the sun could not shine through, casting a layer of darkness over the land. Everyone could see that there were groups and groups of demons standing on the dark clouds. Among them, there was no lack of Tai true demons and countless mysterious demons. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that there were 2 figures standing at the front of the dark clouds. These 2 figures both had 8 pairs of pitch-black wings on their backs. The wings were filled with feathers, and at this moment the wings were half unfurled. Their bodies emitted an aura that would make one's hair stand on end. Demon Monarch. And there were 2 of them. Both of them were demon monarchs, and one of them was almost as powerful as the Hanyang Celestial Emperor. The other one was much weaker, but it was still a demon monarch. Everyone gasped, and their faces darkened. Now that 2 demon lords had appeared, even if Hanyang Celestial Lord was present, he would not be able to win in the northern wilderness battlefield. Hanyang Celestial Lord could only deal with one of them, so the other What should I do? Apart from the Hanyang celestial master, the strongest person present was a Tai, perfected, genuine immortal. However, even if 100 Tai perfected, genuine immortals joined forces, they would still be no match for a celestial master. Everyone thought of this, and their hearts were already somewhat perturbed. Rumor has it that the demonic sky realm's Hanbei demon emperor has 9 celestial lords under him, and the strongest one is the blood pool demon monarch. Since you have 8 pairs of demon wings, you should be ranked second, right after the blood pool demon monarchs, Lucifer Dawn? Hanyang celestial lord said with a solemn look on his face. His voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire northern wilderness planet in a very short amount of time. Everyone, no matter where they were, could hear it. That's Hanyang celestial lord's voice. The second-ranked demon monarch, Lucifer Dawn? Why would someone like that come to our northern wilderness planet? The immortals in every corner of the northern wilderness planet were already trembling because of Lucifer Dawn's arrival. Now that they heard Hanyang's celestial lord's words, they were even more shocked. At the same time, all the immortals began to panic. The second-ranked demon monarch of the demonic sky realm came to northern wilderness planet. Could he be here for a stroll? Lucifer Dawn, Ning Chi looked at the 2 demon monarchs with a strange look in his eyes. This reminded him of the Lucifer tribe in the central continent's immortal prison. Didn't the leader of the Lucifer tribe have wings like that too? But they were just heavenly demons, and they only had 3 pairs of demon wings. I wonder if the immortal prison is also involved in the strange changes this time. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a solemn look. Although he could kill other devil race members at will, Ning Chi still had some feelings for Pain, Liliere, and the others after his experience in the immortal prison. He wouldn't treat them equally just because they were from the devil race. Ning Chi was well aware of this point. If he had this experience, if someone found out about this, or if someone found out that he was a demon, his identity as a traitor of the immortal world would be confirmed. Lucifer Dawn looked at Hanyang's celestial lord with a faint smile. You must be Hanyang's celestial lord. He was speaking in the common language of the immortal world, and it was very authentic. If one only heard his voice and ignored his appearance, they would not think that he was a demon. Blah, blah, blah. The early stage demon monarch beside Lucifer Dawn spoke in the common language of the demons, but to the immortals it sounded like gibberish. They could not understand it at all. The immortal world was not like the demons. There was no common language of the demons, but there was one person who was extremely familiar with the language. That was Ning Chi. He heard it clearly. What the other party said was, "Big brother, don't talk nonsense with these immortals. Just kill them and conquer the northern wilderness battlefield. Use the blood of the living beings here to make me a mid-stage demon monarch. Brother, don't be so impatient. Although the immortals are not very strong, there is one thing that we demons need to learn, and that is etiquette." Lucifer Dawn smiled at his brother and then looked at Hanyang's celestial lord, as if waiting for his response. "I am indeed the Hanyang celestial monarch. You didn't come here today just to meet me and chat, did you?" Hanyang celestial lord said with a smile. "Not really. My brother is the true genius of the Lucifer tribe. Lucifer Dawn Star has cultivated a special martial art. If he devours another batch of immortals, he will be able to become a mid-stage demon monarch. He has just arrived in the demonic sky immortal realm a while ago, so I decided to bring him here to broaden his horizons. By the way, I am no longer the second-ranked demon monarch in the demonic sky immortal realm. There are more demon monarchs in the demonic sky immortal realm. Let me count. There should be 46 of them, and more are coming." Lucifer Dawn Light smiled. "What, 46 of them?" Chapter 3067. The news brought by Lucifer Chengwang was truly shocking. Everyone could already imagine how strong the demon race would be in 3 years' time. However, the thing that worried them the most was the reason why Lucifer Chengwang had brought his younger brother here. to devour a group of immortals. Needless to say, their target was the immortals on planet North Wilderness. Chun Ching and the others' faces darkened. Their confidence that Hanyang's celestial lord was guarding planet North Wilderness was slowly dwindling. The enemy was two demonic lords. Hanyang's celestial lord could only deal with Lucifer Dawnlight at most. That meant that his brother, Lucifer Dawnstar, could crush the rest of the immortals on planet North Wilderness and devour them to his heart's content. Many immortals had already taken out their heavenly talismans to record the scene in front of them. Some of them were asking for help on the heavenly forum, hoping that a deity, Lord, would come to their aid. Some of them started a live broadcast, not to make money, but to let all the immortals witness the brutality of the demonic tribe, to awaken the immortals who had yet to come to the ancient heavenly court to fight against the demonic tribe. On the heavenly forum, posts about planet North Wilderness kept popping up. Most of them were asking for help, hoping that a deity, Lord, would come to their aid. Sigh, planet North Wilderness is in danger. I didn't expect the demonic tribe to be so unpredictable. Two demonic lords who have never been to the border are here. Even if the deity lords from the other battlefields want to get to planet North Wilderness, it will take at least 10 days. How are they going to make it in time? 10 days. Based on the strength of these two demonic lords, I'm afraid they will turn planet North Wilderness into a dead planet in less than 2 days. Even if a deity lord gets here in 10 days, it will be too late. Someone started a live broadcast. Everyone, let's go and take a look. Maybe Hanyang's celestial lord will be able to hold these two demonic lords back until the other deity lords come to their aid. Soon, many people left the heavenly forum and went to the heavenly live broadcast platform. Soon, they found hundreds of windows that were broadcasting the scene of planet North Wilderness. Even through the screen, they could feel the terrifying aura of Lucifer Morningstar and Lucifer Morningstar. Not to mention, there were also countless demons standing on the dark clouds. There were dozens of Tai true demons and tens of thousands of demons. This was much more than any other battle at the border over the years. The immortals of the various realms looked very grim when they saw this scene. They were already at the bottom of their hearts. He could feel that the number of people on the demon race's side was gradually increasing. The 3-year promise that the Bloodpool demon monarch mentioned was probably not a bluff. Hanyang's celestial lord is alone. I wonder if he will die this time. Pooh pooh pooh. Jinx. If Hanyang immortal monarch dies, the strength of our ancient heavenly court will drop by at least 20%. I'm just telling the truth. With Hanyang's celestial lord's strength, I'm sure he'll be able to escape. But if he does, the people on the northern wilderness planet will be in trouble. A barrage of comments flashed across the screen. Suddenly, a bullet screen caught everyone's attention. Isn't the one next to Hanyang's celestial lord the number 1 on the Tai True Immortal leaderboard, Ning Beishian? Why is he on the northern wilderness planet? Could it be that the ancient immortals are going to make a move? Bullsh *T. The ancient immortals are traitors. They might have joined forces with the demon race. Why would they make a move? That's right. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Why would Ning Beishian appear on the northern wilderness planet and attract 2 demon monarchs? Could it be that they're working together? Because of Ning Qi's presence, the comments went wild. The Void Immortal Temple, Dongfang Haojie, and the other higher-ups of the Combat God Temple sat together and watched the scene projected by the heavenly talisman with a serious expression. Why is young master on the northern wilderness planet? Duaning Jun is here too. Little Yu, and Zuoling sat together and watched the live broadcast. When they saw that Duaning Jun was on the northern wilderness planet as well, they became even more curious. This guy, Duan Feifei, looked at Duaning Jun angrily. In the live broadcast, Duaning Jun was standing next to Ning Qi and looking at the demon race with a smile on his face. 2 demon monarchs had descended on the northern wilderness planet. To Duan Feifei, no matter how strong Ningqi was, he was only a Tai true immortal. Therefore, the situation on the northern wilderness planet was extremely dangerous. Darling, when are we heading to the northern wilderness planet? Dongfang Yulua looked at Dongfang Haojie and asked, Immediately, tell all disciples of the Combat God Temple to head to the northern wilderness planet as soon as possible. Even if we're no match for them, we can't let Brother Ning face the demon race alone. Dongfang Haojie stood up and said, Yes. Little Yu, Er's eyes lit up. She was already rubbing her palms together. When the order was passed down to every disciple of the Combat God Temple, none of them hesitated. Unless they couldn't leave, everyone else headed to the northern wilderness planet immediately. At the border of the ancient heavenly court, the Azura battlefield, Immortal Lord 3 Chi and Immortal Lord 3 Chi sat facing each other. Behind them stood many primordial immortals, including their disciples and primordial immortals from other sects. With the two of them, an immortal lord riding dragon guarding the Azura battlefield, the primordial immortals everywhere naturally respected the three of them. Looking at the scene on the live broadcast, Immortal Lord 3 Chi's calm face could not help but show a hint of worry. I'm afraid Hanyang and Lucifer Chengwang's strength are about the same. With the addition of the other demon monarch, the northern wilderness battlefield may disappear from the border this time. Immortal Lord 3 Chi said in a deep voice. The primordial immortals behind him were worried when they heard this. The northern desolate battlefield was one of the three most important battlefields other than the Azura battlefield. If the northern desolate battlefield were to fall now, the ancient heavenly court would suffer a heavy blow before the blood pool demon monarch's deadline was up. I'm afraid Lucifer Chengwang did this on his own. If the demon race really wants to attack, they won't attack the northern wilderness battlefield first. What he said should be true. He's here for his brother's cultivation. Immortal Lord 3 Chi sighed. Should we go there now? Immortal Lord 3 Chi glanced at him. It's too late. If we fall into the demon race's trap, the Azura battlefield will fall to any demon king as soon as we leave. I can only hope that Hanyang can look at the big picture and find a chance to retreat. We can only abandon the northern wilderness battlefield. Immortal Lord 3 Chi shook his head. The primordial immortals' faces darkened. There were hundreds of primordial immortals and countless immortals on the northern wilderness planet. If they were abandoned just like that, the number of casualties would be astronomical. This kid might have a way. He's from the ancient immortal clan after all. Immortal Lord 3 Chi's eyes suddenly fell on Ningqi. Chapter 3068. Big Brother, don't waste your time talking to them. Lucifer Morning Star looked a little impatient. This time, he used the common tongue of the deity realm. The deities on planet North Wilderness were shocked. Was he going to fight? All right, you really have no patience at all. Lucifer Morning Star looked at his second brother helplessly, then turned to Hanyang Celestial Lord and smiled. Hanyang Celestial Lord, let's fight. Let's see if your deity spell is stronger or if my body is tougher. After saying that, Lucifer Dawn's aura continued to rise. His 8 pairs of wings slowly spread out. The surging demonic chi made the deities on planet North Wilderness tremble. So this is the power of the demonic lord, Chun Qing, Pei Pei, and the other Tai perfected immortals looked at Lucifer Morningstar in horror. They had a feeling that he could kill all the Tai immortals present with just a light palm strike. You guys work together and hold on for as long as you can. I'll come back to help when I defeat Lucifer Morningstar, Hanyang Celestial Lord said to everyone with a serious look. Hanyang Immortal Lord said to the crowd with a solemn expression. Then he looked at Ning Chi and said, Brother Ning, I'll have to trouble you this time. Hold on until I come back. Immortal Lord, please. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Lucifer Morningstar, let's fight somewhere further away. Hanyang Celestial Lord laughed and flew into the sky. Haha, That's exactly what I was thinking. Second brother, I'll leave Planet North Wilderness to you. Lucifer Morning Light laughed, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. They were not too far away from Planet North Wilderness, so they could still see where the two were with the all-heaven talismans. Lucifer Morningstar was indeed no weaker than Hanyang Celestial Lord. In a short period of time, the two had already exchanged over 100 blows, but they were evenly matched. When the deity Lord attacked, there was a terrifying shock wave, but the two were quite a distance away from Planet North Wilderness. When the shock wave reached them, it had already turned into a strong wind. It would not cause much harm to ordinary deities, at most a little pressure. It seems that the battle between Hanyang Immortal Lord and Lucifer Chengwang will not end any time soon. It's a pity that if Lucifer Chengwang came alone, there might still be a chance of winning in the northern wilderness battlefield, but now, immortals from all over the world watched the live stream with worried expressions. There were also a few live streams that did not focus on the battle between the two of them. Instead, they focused on Lucifer and Qin Xing. The most important thing now was to find a way to survive. Only then would they have a chance to wait for Hanyang Immortal Lord to return. Morningstar Lucifer lowered his head and looked at everyone. When he saw the trace of fear in the depths of these immortals' eyes, he couldn't help but laugh proudly. Lord Qin Xing, do you want us to go up first and open a path for you? A perfected Tai True demon took a step forward and cupped his hands. There's no need. Is there a need for you guys to do anything? Lucifer Morningstar laughed lightly. The perfected primordial unity true demon saw that his flattery had failed, and he said with a sheepish smile, Lord Qin Xing is right. With Lord Qin Xing's unparalleled power, killing these immortals is as easy as killing ants. The next moment, Lucifer Morningstar stepped into the void and walked toward Ning Qi and the others. Every step he took made everyone's heart sink. It was as if he was purposely torturing the immortals on Planet North Wilderness like a cat toying with a mouse. Qin Qing, Pei Pei, and the other Tai True immortals subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Among all the Tai True immortals present, Ning Qi was the strongest. Boss, this guy is too arrogant. Should we kill him? Duan Ingjun whispered. Everyone turned to look at Duan Ingjun. Who was the arrogant one? Go ahead. Ning Qi smiled and said, I'll stay here to help you. Forget it. My small arms and legs won't be able to withstand a single punch from him. Duan Ingjun smiled sheepishly. Ning Beixian, if we work together, we might be able to fight this demon for a while. Qin Qing said. Pei Pei nodded slightly. That was the only way. Mystic immortals would not be able to interfere in the upcoming battle. Only the Tai True immortals present working together might have a slight chance of stopping Lucifer Morningstar for a while. However, that time was destined to be short. There's no need for us to work together. Everyone, just help me and get ready to attack the demons. Ning Qi smiled, faintly without turning his head. He stepped into the void and went straight for Lucifer Morningstar. Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. When they saw Ning Qi's actions, they were incomparably shocked. Was he planning to fight against a demon lord by himself? Even if he was the first on the Tai True Immortal leaderboard, this was too arrogant. Arrogant. Qin Qing's eyes flickered. Interesting. This immortal is quite bold. Lucifer Morningstar noticed Ning Qi, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. A mere Tai dares to take the initiative to fight him? Is he crazy, or is he really not afraid of death? Or was this the madness before death? Lucifer Morningstar's eyes flashed with a smile. Do you want to be in the limelight before you die? Let me beat you up right here and now. Let your friends and family see what happens to you. The demons standing on the dark clouds were also shocked by Ning Qi's action. I didn't expect the immortal race to have such a brave guy. Unfortunately, he will definitely die if he goes against Lord Morningstar. At the same time, The scene on Planet North Wilderness was being broadcasted on a live streaming platform. The number of people online reached new highs again and again. Ning Beixian is courting death. How can you say that? At least he dares to stand out. That's right. I hope the prodigy with the most potential in the celestial world doesn't die just like that. I'm starting to suspect that the Langya Immortal Emperor's decree was wrong. The Langya Immortal Emperor has not done anything for so many years. Instead, the traitors of the celestial world, the remnants of the ancient immortal clan, have stepped out. What does this mean? I'm sure everyone knows what it means. So what? The Langya Immortal Emperor might be preparing for something big. When the demons invade, he'll crush them. Stop arguing. Let's watch. Whether we can keep the North Wilderness battlefield today depends on this. As Ningqi and Lucifer Morningstar got closer and closer, the immortals on Planet North Wilderness and those watching through the live streaming platform started to get nervous. Only the demons on the dark clouds looked at the scene calmly with a smile on their faces. You are the first immortal I've killed since I came to the celestial world. You have the right to let me know your name. So tell me, what is it?